correct.
I'll think of it.
Take it down.
You're good.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the workshop for the budget for the city of Winter. At this time, we'll have a roll call, please.
Councilman Clay?
Here.
Councilman Hughes? Here. Councilman Clunt?
Here.
Councilman Miners?
Present.
Councilman Schuyler?
Present.
Councilman Shaheen?
Here.
Now, if you'd all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. This just be a reminder that asks the councilmen to turn their mics on, just in case you haven't yet. Okay? Are there any conflicts of interest before today's council session? Hearing none, you've all received the agenda. Is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Motion by Schuyler, is there a second?
Second.
Clay, to approve the agenda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carries. At this time, we'll have a 10-minute window for public input. Seeing no public in the room, we'll move on to an executive session, please. So we'd ask all the public to leave the room.
We don't have an executive session. This is just if it was needed.
Very good. Now we don't have an executive session. So we'll move into new business. This is the time and place to discuss the upcoming budget items. And at this time, we're in the revenue section. Chandra, I would call on you, please.
So these revenues were mostly projected back in April after we had 3 months worth of history for 2024. There have been some things that have changed. As far as the general fund, one item that we did do away with is the 3,400 street charges for services. This is something we implemented 2 years ago, and it was ultimately each department would pay for their own supplies within the city of Winter for their vehicles or equipment, and then the streets department would charge back. Actually, the streets department would pay for all the supplies, charge them back to each individual department, plus the labor for the shop foreman at $20 per hour. There were some issues with the software, and not all equipment was able to be entered. And so then we were having issues of, is this one in there, is it not? And it became very confusing, and we were getting double payments. So for instance, just because Mitch is here, we'll use his department as an example. The police department would pay for their battery, and then they'd end up getting charged back for the battery too, so it wasn't not working out. After discussing it with Mitch and Troy, and then taking it to the finance committee, we decided we're not going to do that. We're going to go back to each department paying for their own supplies, and then we're not going to charge back any labor. So it'll all go back into the supplies line for each department. That is the main change. The other thing I would like to just bring up, because this is coming up, I know we've talked about it, you passed a resolution last council meeting opposing IM 28, but if you see the object line 3100, 31300, sales tax, it has been going up over the last few years. In 2023, it looks like it was less. That was simply a date and time. We received it on January 1st rather than December 31st, so it didn't get put into the bank. So as far as our accounting goes, it shows that we made less. That's not true. We hit $2 million last year. We are projecting, so all of your 2024 year-to-date activity is through June 2024. That is 6 months worth of activity for all of those revenue lines. We are looking to hit right at $2 million again. What IM 28 will do is potentially cost us $125,000 next year, and then each year thereafter at least $255,000 per year. So if that does go through, the council will be asked to look into where we're going to cut departments within the general fund. Or maybe you'll choose not to cut anything and use some cash, but as we've discussed before, yes, we have cash, but we also have several projects coming up throughout the next few years that cash is somewhat intended for. Any questions on the general fund revenues?
The reason why next year the impact would be $125,000 is because the law wouldn't go in effect until halfway through the year,
Correct. It would go in as of July 1st.
just for clarification.
Thank you.
Because the number we've heard is $250,000. Want to be clear and transparent with the public that that is just approximately half that.
That is correct.
Does state have any idea yet what all, if it passes, it's gonna be? What all, 'cause since it's kind of, the language is kind of ambiguous on there?
Most likely, what they're hoping will happen, if it passes in November, legislation would take a look at it, similar to what they did when recreational marijuana went through on the ballot. Legislation took a look at it to make sure it was legal, and at that time, legislation determined it was not legal based on language within the bill that was passed. That's kind of what they're looking to do again with this, so that they can have better clarification, or at least ask for an extension on it. The likelihood of it affecting us in 2025 is fairly slim. That's why I'm not recommending you pass a budget with that cut in there. I don't foresee it happening. That's just in the information I'm getting from state representatives. I think it'll most likely pass from the ballot standpoint, but the legislation's gonna look at it. The reason they would look at it, multiple different things. Number one is taking away the rights from the municipalities to charge for it, because by law, we cannot charge for anything that the state can't charge for. And number two, it also hurts us with some of our pacts that we have with other states, saying that we will charge the exact same amount for cigarette tax and different things like that. Cigarettes, under the definition, would be considered consumable by humans. So it could hurt us there too. So that's the ways that the legislation will have to determine if we can do that or not. Questions? Okay. The next revenue is the sales tax third penny. We can see that this one is a tough one. It goes with your property taxes. It's kind of up and down. We ask, it's not your property taxes, your sales tax. So this is your 3B. This is a 1% tax on all your bed, board, and booze. So any alcohol purchase, any prepared food, and any overnight stays are all required to pay this 1% into the state. So it goes up and down. We've heard some of the current local establishments talk about their revenues are down throughout the city. Therefore, you're gonna see the 3B go down. We watched it. It's currently kind of trending downward. The last time it was trending downward was 2020, when bars were actually closed because of COVID, so it's definitely something to keep an eye on. I budgeted conservatively. I knocked $2,000 out of there, based on the information, so it's at $138,000. That money can only be used for, per our loan contract, to pay for our pool bond. That does not pay for our entire pool bond. So we actually have to ask the county through property taxes for an additional $60,000, which we'll get to that, but that is what helps us pay for that pool bond, which is scheduled to be paid off in 2027, and that's how we're projecting that out. Questions on the 3B?
Question.
Yep.
Once the pool is paid off, do the 3B go away?
Technically, no, not unless council passes an ordinance that says they will no longer collect the 3B. There will be certain timeframes that we have to follow that. I believe it's by September, so during the budget season for that year, when we know that the pool bond is paid off, you can get rid of it. There are multiple things you can use 3B for. Economic development is the main purpose. They consider parks economic development. They would consider the community center economic development. They would consider your donations that you give to economic development, the chamber. All of those are part of economic development, so you could utilize that money to help support those individual departments or the groups that you support currently.
When we originally passed that bond, Justin, we had an opportunity to sunset that, and we chose not to. Okay, so,
Can 3B taxes also be used in promotion of the city of Winter,
Yes,
like advertising? Come spend a week in winter because it's 100 degrees in August.
Could,
if that's how you want to sell it, sure.
I'd
Well,
go,
in January, that would be a good time to do that ad, yeah.
I'd go where it's 100 degrees every day.
not Jeremy and I.
The next fund is the Communications 911 Fund. Andrea put a lot of work into this year, so I want to give her a lot of compliments with this. She went through, we've had some issues with billing with the counties that we work with. Nothing major, it's just a lot of those counties have gone through a few auditors in the last couple of years, and then the state is always 2 to 3 months behind on getting those lines out, and somehow this was always the last thing on the list when moving from one auditor to another, that this is how you pay these. So we have worked out a new system within our new software that we have when we upgraded a couple years ago. We now send them invoices based off of our admin fees that we have and based off of the lines that the state tells us that they have. So doing that has made a lot of difference in us being able to get accurate numbers and accurate accounting. We actually, unfortunately, last year went 10 months without receiving anything from one county. We do not want to see that happen again. So we're staying on top of it. Andrea went through the state website and found the average number of lines per year, accurate years, and that's where these numbers came from. And hopefully with the new billing software that we're utilizing, it will stay pretty accurate to that. Andrea felt very comfortable with these numbers, and I felt very comfortable with how Andrea prepared them. You will see operating transfers in. I forgot to mention that in the general fund, but it's also in the communications fund. That is what it takes to balance it from another department currently. That does not mean that if there's any cuts or anything like that today, that number will change. Right now, this department is 100% supported by the jail. The jail is transferring everything in, and we utilize that with our.
That's not completely true. It's not 100% supported by.
They're
The
supplemental.
shortfall is
Yes, excuse
supported
me.
by.
Yes,
Yeah.
yep, they do have revenues of a little over 300,000, and then what's being projected to transfer in from the jail. So excuse me, yes, the transfer is 100% supported by the jail, and that's currently sitting at $669,718,000.
Does these numbers reflect the $2 surcharge the state put in?
They do not.
They
And
do
the
not.
reason being is we do not have any signed contracts at this point in time.
Perfect.
So without signed contracts, I have a hard time putting that information in there.
Okay.
Any other questions on communications? Okay. We already briefly touched on 302 fund, which is the $60,000 bond that we request from the county each year with the property taxes. That will go away once the pool is paid off. That is something that is specific to this payment of this pool bond. Once we do away with the pool bond payment, this $60,000 will go away. That's $60,000 less on property tax owners within City of Winter.
Only within the city.
Only within the City of Winter, that is correct. You'll notice, just because of dates and timelines and everything, we don't always receive the full $60,000 every year. Not everyone pays their property taxes on time. They break it out each person evenly. Not everyone pays their property taxes, so they give us as much as what they collect based on that. 602 Water Fund. This is based off of historical information. We know that we, in March and April, finished installing all of our new water meters. However, we don't feel like 2 months' worth of information with those new water meters is accurate enough for us to account for additional revenues. With that being said, we also know that we currently have more batteries dying on these meter heads, and so we are still missing a few. They're replacing them as Brandy gets the readings every month. They're going in and replacing them, but oftentimes it might be 6 weeks in between. So we base this information off of historical revenues, noting that there is, per ordinance, an increase in revenues each year for water, electric, sewer. Your base rate goes up by CPI, which is scheduled at 3.4% for all budgets. And then your usage rate goes up by 1/2 CPI. So we did plug that information in. So that's why it shows a little bit more than what previous year's budget were. But that is how we came up with that number. Your water surcharge is specific only for your SRF loan. You collect that, it's only to be used for that payment. You can't use it for anything else. And then your other revenues, meters, that comes into if someone breaks something. So if somebody runs into a water hydrant, that would be additional revenue received back in because we charge that out to the customer. If your water meter freezes because you don't have it properly protected, you have to purchase a new water meter from us. That's where that money comes from. So there's not a lot of revenue lines within the water department, but that is how we came up with those numbers. Any questions?
Chandra, you referred to SRS fund. Can you tell me what that is?
The SRF loan, we have one loan in the water currently, SRF, and that was for the chlorine building. So that helps treat our water that we drink. And that loan, I apologize, let me look. It is due to be paid off in 2040, and we pay around $16,000 a year towards that. So we're collecting a little bit more than what we have to pay out, which we'll just sit there and collect. I can't use it for anything else. I keep separate track of that on your financial statement, and then we could potentially pay it off early because of that if we have extra.
And
There's no rules
SRF
against it.
stands for, do you know?
State Revolving Fund.
State Revolving Fund, okay, thank
Yep.
you.
Have we seen a trend with the water budget? I mean, is the income coming in more with replacement of the radios and meters? I know it's been a very wet year. So
It's been a wet year, so that's a hard one to say. People aren't watering their yards as much because they've gotten rain, and we're 2 months behind. So July was the first month we would have seen any change. I think we saw a $3,000 difference in that month. I don't know that in August I saw much of a difference, but
Okay.
I wish I had better news for you that I could tell you, yep, it's going up 10 grand next year. I don't have that information at this time.
Okay.
Electric fund. Again, not very many revenue lines. Interest. So there are two items that get the interest for the electric fund. We have a money market account, which has just a little over $1 million in it. Previous councils, did opt to create a reserve in the electric department of $1 million. Once $1 million was hit, they stopped putting any more money in there. Since then, that money market is collecting interest. And so that interest gets put directly back into that department. And you will also see that on your financial statement as well. Then, the electric department in and of itself does have cash. A little over about $1.5 million in cash that it has. And so it collects interest on our checking account that we have through First Fidelity Bank. This year and last year, end of last year, we've been getting some really good interest. 2 years, 3 years previous to that, it was horrible. So now it's not uncommon to see $8,000-$10,000 a month in interest, and then that gets split out between each department based on the amount of cash that they have in that fund at that time.
So that reserve fund, the $1 million reserve is in there too? So they have $2.5 million of cash,
That is correct.
basically?
Metered sales, last year we did $4,280,000. This year with the CPI, it looks to be around $4,350,000. The hard part with all utilities and figuring out what a revenue is going to be is you also have to be a meteorologist and know what the weather is going to do. We have in years previous looked at farmers' almanacs and tried to base it off of that. Sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't. If you have a really warm winter, your electricity is not gonna be that much more. But you're gonna spend more on what you purchase, or spend less on what you purchase, so it kind of washes itself out. Sales of supplies and materials, that's the same thing like with the water department. If somebody hits an electric pole, then we collect that back from that individual. And then your other revenue under electric, same thing. If we sell something to somebody, we've sold some wire at times to individuals that didn't have it, a pole. I don't think we have any more poles that are for sale. I think those all got rid of, but we were selling those for a while.
So these funds all get raised every year with CPI?
That is correct. Your base rate gets raised by CPI, which is 3.4 for 2025, and then your KWH gets raised by CPI 1/2. Your demand is also raised by CPI 1/2. And we do publish those in advance to the public so that they know. I believe I already have 2025 out there, but I will also put it out again in another, I think by ordinance, I have to put it out by November so that people can see what their rates will be as well. That is set by ordinance. As with anything, I always tell you as council, you have the authority to, if 4 of you vote, you can change any ordinance that's out there as well. But that is the current ordinance and how we based our budget for this year, or for 2025. Any more questions on electric? Sewer. So this is the first one you're gonna see this on, estimated cash. This is in order to make it balanced, rather than transferring funds in from another department, you are actually going to use cash that sewer has. Each council member was given a sheet that does say what the cash balance is. For sewer and water, cash balance does include what was remaining out of those outlays for the highway project. We have written our final check for the highway project on the last claims list to our engineers. It's done. So excited. Which means that I will ask council to close out those, officially close out those outlays and move what's remaining back into cash for those departments. What you have in front of you includes those numbers. So sewer is projected to have $720,274.98 at the end of 2024 for cash. That is money that is not being planned or budgeted to be spent anywhere else, and you have access to it if you need to help balance a budget.
What was that number again, please?
$720,274.98. You should have a sheet there too,
Yeah.
Justin. Okay.
Putting it on my.
Yep, no problem. In order to make the sewer fund balance currently, you will need $506,958 to make it balance. Granted, we'll talk about this when we get to the expenses. The majority of that is council did vote to purchase and order a Vector truck and pay for it outright. That is how you guys ordered it, was to pay for it with cash in 2025. It's supposed to be here within the first quarter. That amount is $485,000 by itself. So the majority of that is for the purchase of that piece of equipment. The remainder of it is just to make the budget balance of $26,000 or so. Sewer is based off of your water usage, except during the summer if you are signed up for sewer averaging. So if you are signed up for sewer averaging for the months of May, June, July, August, I believe those are the 4 months. If not, it's June, July, August, September, somewhere in there. 4 months out of the year, you can utilize summer sewer averaging. That is for individuals who water their yard. So we know that if it's being watered on your yard, it's not going into our sewer system. So we will give you a break on that. We'll base it off of, your charges will get based off of what you typically use during the winter months. So if you're normally a 2,000 gallon a month person in your household during the winter months, and then all of a sudden the summer months you jump up to 50,000 gallons because you put a lot of water on your yard, we're not gonna charge you that through your sewer.
How do people get signed up for that program?
They can come in at any point in time during January through May 1st and put their name on it. You do not have to keep signing up each year. We tried that didn't work. Council came in and revisited that ordinance. Once you are signed up in that home, and as long as you never leave that home, that will stay on your account for the lifetime of that account. We do advertise it each year. I believe in March, we start advertising to get signed up for it. If you haven't been signed up via your utility bills, you'll see there's a little printed area on it if people read that little small print. And then we'll also put it out on our social media page. And if you ever have any questions on that, I'll put a plug in, call our utility billing clerk, Brandy Osborne. She can answer all the questions on it. She'll give you the exact months and dates, and she'll verify that you have it on your account or you don't. The interest is based off how much cash you have in there. Your sewer charges are based off of your usage. Current portion of surcharge. So this again, we've got two loans throughout the sewer fund. One is the clean water loan. Did some investigating, not 100% sure why it's coming out of the sewer fund. That's where they decided to take it out of at that time. The surcharges are there. It is actually for your drinking water, but sewer is paying for it, and the surcharge is paying for it, so it's not a big deal. It's an in and out. And then also the rural development loan, which was for our Lagoon lift station upgrade and then East 8th Street over by the hospital that was happening back in 2016, 2017. If you look at your expense spreadsheets, you'll see when those loans are projected to be paid off and how much we pay for those each year. The other thing that's in here, storm sewer charge. This is a $1 charge. It does not go up. It's considered a surcharge of sorts. It's not for a specific loan, but we have put it on every active utility account in the city of Winter to help pay for storm sewer upgrades. We have a lot of issues throughout the city with storm sewer situations and making sure that drainage is working properly. The last few storms that we've had, if you walk along any of the trails, you'll see that our storm sewer grates sometimes get clogged up with branches, dirt, whatever, and that creates issues for the city of Winter. So we are collecting $1 per account every year. We're getting around $20,000 to $19,000 every year. Every day, our account numbers fluctuate. So I was comfortable putting $19,000 in for that revenue. Any questions on sewer? Airport. So this is an error I just found. I am so sorry. That first line is actually cash, not miscellaneous goods and services. The airport has $214,983.23 worth of cash. Some of that is because in 2020, there was a lot of federal money out there due to COVID. We were able to utilize some grants that paid for our day-to-day operations, and so it reimbursed us for some of those items, and that helped us get some cash back into that. Mr. Shaheen had a great question earlier of how much is the city responsible for out at the airport. When it comes to large capital improvements, runway improvements, parallel taxiways, the revenue producing hangar, all of those come through grants that we receive from the FAA. They are based on, depending on what it is, federal is usually around 75 to 80%, state is around 10 to 15%, and then the rest is local match. So that's where it is beneficial to have that cash in there for our local match portion. You can always transfer into the airport. You cannot transfer out of the airport. That is money that has typically come from federal grants that we have received, and it has to stay there. If you receive a grant for a piece of equipment, as we have a tractor out there, we received the grant 20, 30 years ago, I'm not sure, correct me if I'm wrong on that. That is to be used strictly for the airport. That's part of the grant covenants that we do, that they're saying, hey, if the feds are gonna give you this money, it's to be used for this. So those are some of our strict rules that we have to follow. This year, there are a couple projects out there that we, the airport committee did decide that they would like to see plugged into the budget. Obviously, this is where you guys get to make a full council decision if you want to see those continue. One was for some bathrooms out there. We're currently using porta pots during all year long, and also during hunting season, we actually have to get more. So some bathrooms was one of them. And then in order to keep our taxiways and our grass runways clear, we have to mow them. It is in the contract that our base operator actually mows them but the city is supposed to provide that equipment. We provide the tractor, we are not currently providing the mower. So it was requested to purchase a mower for the airport to be used for mowing that, and so that is plugged in there as well.
On the expenses.
On the expense
But this
side,
is
yes.
revenues,
Yep, yep,
So I have, well, and it'll come up later. I'll ask
When we
you
get the
later.
expenses,
Sure.
we'll talk about all that.
yep. Just trying to give a brief overview why we need cash.
Where's that $204,000 or two something
214?
cash on the airport? I don't find that number anymore.
So you're only gonna need 75,000 of it in order to make it balance. Your cash is on this sheet over here that tells you what every department has. We don't need all of the
Our
cash.
actual revenue is 54,700, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna trust you did the math. I didn't do
I
it in
did.
my head. Okay. Airport hangar rentals. So this is, we have a large revenue producing hangar out at the airport that the feds help us purchase. We get 2/3 of the revenue for everyone who rents from that. Our base operator controls, who can come in and out, controls the rent, he collects it, and then he pays us. So it's been going up. As we all know, Guardian Flight is now based out there. They are paying us rental for that, for every day that they're out there, plus there's some small planes in there. And during hunting season, some of the big planes come in and they, if there's severe weather, last night I'm sure Dave got several phone calls wanting to put some planes inside, so that's where that comes from. Airport land hay lease. We have one more year on our leases, so we know that it's, because it's bid out, we'll get $2,200 next year. And annual spray license. So if a commercial producer wants to utilize our airport to land, take off, and in order to spray for farmers, we require a $1,500 payment to the city, because it is, sometimes takes up our taxiway and our takeoffs and everything. And then also they have to they're required to provide proof of insurance. We currently only have one person. Just recently, another person reached out from Chamberlain, and they did get it, but don't know that they'll be back next year. We know that there's one person based off of there, so we're only budgeting to receive one of those. If we get an additional $1,500, fantastic. Don't know that they'll be back
Are
next
they
year.
required to have their portable loading and everything?
Yes, yep, I do believe so. And then the air flight property tax. This used to go into the general fund last year, so 2024 budget is the first time. We did some research on it. By statute, by state statute, it actually says it's supposed to go into the airport fund. So we moved that over. And this year, we received $2,800. Other years, we've received $1,500. Some years, it was less than $1,000, so it's kind of hard to know. That's not anything that we collect or necessarily run any formulas for. It's what the state gives us. And then grants. Our contract with our base operator states that he controls all the jet fuel that's sold out of there. We own a, correct me if I'm saying this incorrectly, we own a gas tank system out there. He also owns a jet fuel system out there. He gets all the proceeds off of all of those sales, but he has to report them to the state, and the taxes that are part of that, there's taxes on fuel, come back to the city of Winter. So we have an account up at the state. They send me notification every 3 months, I do believe, where that is at. We can utilize that. We can ask the people up at the state if we can utilize that. Both projects that the Finance Committee, Airport Committee asked for, bathrooms and the Batwing mower, qualify to utilize those funds. Right now, it's sitting at just a little over $12,000. It could be more than that by the time we ask for it, but $12,000 is where we know it's sitting at right now, so we plugged in $12,000 for that.
Chandra, why
Yes.
is 2024 so low?
Because you don't have cash in 2024 and
No,
you
I
don't
mean,
have the
as far as
12,000.
the grants.
Oh, Justin, because we didn't pull any money out of the airport fuel tax fund.
Yeah.
We're pulling it out this year to use
Okay,
it
we
for our
didn't pull it.
projects.
Yep.
Perfect,
Yeah.
okay.
No,
I just
and-
seen $1,000 one year and then
Yeah.
12,000 the next.
So the other problem is, when we set the 2024 budget, we were not planning to do any projects out at the airport. Now, after that, in December of last year, they said, hey, you're gonna lose some of your bill money. you probably better plan to utilize it. So we just got word this week, the grant's approved to use the bill money, and there's a miscellaneous concrete project that's happening out there that you guys approved. Screech Tech from somewhere in Nebraska is doing that. So that will change, but I just got word I can start asking for reimbursements on that, so. Other questions on the airport? Sanitation. Your revenues, no matter what you do, unless you choose to raise rates, will stay the same whether you go with a contractor or you go with the city doing it. That it's mostly what you collect from customers. So, or what you're collecting at the landfill, which nothing is changing at the landfill based on tires or loads from contractors. So your revenues do not change no matter which way the city of Winter goes. The only thing that changes is we are currently collecting rent at the recycle center to store trucks with our current contractor. So I did plug that 6 months worth in there if you choose to stay with.
Rewind that
Yep.
one more time, start from the beginning.
That the revenues do not change? So the revenues do not change because your rates are not changing, and that's the majority of your revenues. Unless you choose to raise rates.
Okay.
Then it would change.
Its expenses change.
Expenses change dramatically,
thank you.
yes. They did ask to up the other revenue, the tires. They do have quite a bit of iron out there, and they have not sold since 2022. They would like to sell. It's about the same amount as it was in 2022. Obviously, iron prices change. In 2022, they received a little over $12,000, so they asked to put $10,000 in for that. So that's why there's a little bit higher there, 20,000 versus 19.
That's $1,000. Is that supposed to be 10,000 more?
It is supposed to be 10,000 more, but we haven't been collecting that much. So like last year, you collected 9,842. I think the reason it was plugged 19,000 in there for 2024 was because we had sold iron and we didn't sell it.
Okay, well, that makes sense.
Recycle revenue, that is based off of, that's a new one this year. I guess we did plug 10,000 in for this year. Next year, we're not getting the 10,000. It's just prices aren't where they're supposed to be. Maybe the recycle trailers will change that, and we'll get more with the recycle trailers when they get here, but we just don't know that enough to project any higher than $8,000 for recycle. You do need to transfer some money in based off of the expenses that will be projected, and we can talk about that more when we get to the expenses portion of sanitation, because there's a lot of information that goes in with that, and I would appreciate if Kelly and Troy are here for that conversation. The big one. This is the jail. For as big as their expense budget is, their revenue budget has way less lines. They do collect interest based off of what they have for money in the bank. Currently, it is projecting that they will end the year with $1,113,120.17. I can pretty much guarantee you it'll be more than that, but I don't know exactly where their revenues will be and their expenses will be for 2024. We know they started the year with $1 million, they'll end the year with $1 million because you weren't projected to spend any of their cash in 2024. Sales tax is an in and out. So for all of the commissary that they sell to the inmates, we collect sales tax on it and then we have to pay it up to the state. So that is what that is, that's the in and out, that's what we collect, what we pay up there. And then miscellaneous cash, that's for fingerprints, a couple other miscellaneous items that come through the jail. Jeff, if you want to pitch in, you're more than welcome to. What else comes in that miscellaneous? But the main one is prisoner care. As of August 1st, your contract with the U.S. Marshals did change to the $95 a day. So this month, we're officially charging that $95. After quite a long sit down with Jeff, myself, Mitch, and really going through what the averages have been for counties versus marshals, we changed the formula. It did used to be 100 marshals to, and this is just projected, this is not what it's actually been, we just needed a number in order to project a budget. 100 marshals to 59 county, and kind of figured out what those prices would be. We have changed that to, we know that our numbers are not as high as they have been, based on people aren't getting arrested type of deal. So it's not for lack of trying, we are trying, but they have to be asked to go to jail in order for us to have them there. So we did change that formula based off the information that we have, based off of CPI. So Jeff's contracts are also based off of CPI for all of the counties. The marshals are a 3-year contract, as you guys know. That won't change for another 3 years, but the counties do go up by CPI each year. And then your...
Jeff, are you comfortable with these numbers, or did Chandra push you a little bit harder than you wanted to be?
No, I appreciated it. I think she wanted a little bit more, but we compromised. I think it's an obtainable number.
Okay.
It is able to be hit, you think it.
Prisoner transport. This is a very fluctuating number. It's a hard one. It's not a guarantee that they will to offer it, and so it does fluctuate quite a bit based on, you know, if a county can afford to pay it, or if they can afford to send a sheriff down to do the transport. I believe the majority of our transports right now are going over to Sioux Falls, correct, out to Conair. So, yep. And then we talked about the interest, and then commissary. So this is what we sell to the customers that we have in our care. There is a little bit in there that's not just our customers. Our employees are also allowed to purchase at a commissary. They have a separate till, cash, all of that. They keep track of it. But this is what we collect off of commissary from both of those. It's a variable too. I wish I could show you what 2020 and 2021 numbers were. They had a lot more money going through the facility at that point in time. It
More
has
than this
slowed down.
400?
Yes.
Because that was my question, because I knew there was a ton of money coming in, but I was just having that, looking back to the left, I'm like, man, we're really close to that. Is this an attainable number? But those were way higher than, okay.
Yep, it's slowly gone down as less money has come through the facility. As of June, middle of the year, they were at 208,000. So that's kind of how we came up with the 400,000. It was about half. Cemetery perpetual care. This is if you purchase a lot through the city out at our cemetery, you do get, is it $60 out of the 300? I believe it's $60 out of the $300 for a lot goes into perpetual care. By state statute, we are required to keep $50,000 in that fund at all points of time. If you have extra because you're collecting more, you've sold more lots, or the interest, so we do break interest off on that one too, you can utilize it strictly for the care and upkeep of the cemetery. Used to be that every other year we would purchase a lawnmower out of that. We can't do that anymore because we found out we have to keep $50,000 in there, and it's not earning that much.
Where does that $50,000 show? I don't see it.
It'll be on the
cash.
financial statement. Because we can't spend it, I did not put it on the
Okay,
cash balance. Yep, it is on your financial statement every month though.
Didn't we have over that a few years ago and spent some of it?
Yep, last year you actually took a supplemental budget and spent $11,000 out of there for sprinklers at the cemetery. Yep. Your WPD trust account, this is an in and out. This is prisoner money. We have no control over it. It is what they bring in, what they take back out with them when they leave. At halfway through the year, they were at 232. So I think we put 250 in there. It's just a number, and we have to make it balanced, put one in, one out. It's nothing we can do, so it doesn't, I have to throw it in there, but it does nothing for the city of Winter.
We don't have access to spend that money.
Nope, we sure don't. Previous years, we did. All of your commissary revenue used to go through this account, and we would purchase things out of that. We would.
But
do
we
things.
never touched their money.
We never touched their money.
It was
no.
in the same account, but
Yep.
there was the checks and balances, the dollars and cents.
Correct.
We never spent their
Correct.
money, to be clear.
That, yes, very true.
But it just through the same account.
Yes.
Now it's a different account.
Yes. Now it is going directly into the municipal jail fund, and that is where you're spending those dollars out of. It's just an accounting thing why we had to move it. Our auditors came in and said, hey, they're being more strict on these. You have to show us at all times how much is prisoner money, how much is this, and so to do that, we just made a clean break of it.
I just wanna say this legal size paper is nice. Appreciate
You are welcome.
it. Helps.
Do you have any more questions on those revenues? Before we start diving into more strict departments throughout the city of Winter, I would like to discuss a few items. It is on page 1 that I'm gonna go through on your budget overview notes. Not legal size, it's regular size. Sorry. And just kind of quickly go over them and how some of the items that I'm seeing from the financial standpoint. We've talked to quite a few of them. So in the sewer department, you need to use cash, $506,958. You have more than that available, so you can do that. Airport, need to use cash to make it balance. You have more than that, you can use it. Sanitation, you need, and I should probably verify those numbers are correct. You need some cash to make it balance. It is projected to lose around, I'm not sure why that says 75, so I apologize. It's around 82,000 next year. That is because, and we'll get more into it when we get to the expenses, but we're gonna have 6 months of one way, 6 months of the other way, and so you just have to split that out. It's just a one-year issue.
I looked at it too, and I think you have that employee there for all 12 months.
Yes.
So it should only half his wages if
Most likely, yes.
whatever decision we
Yep.
go.
Currently, that shows there is $41,000 of cash available in the sanitation department. We know that we have been approved for a $500,000 reimbursement grant. The problem is, I don't know when that money will be here. It has to be after we've paid for everything that was part of that grant, then we have to wait for them to cash the check, and then I turn the check over to the state does their portion. We don't know when that will come in. When that comes in, that'll all go back into essentially cash, help balance out this year's budget for some of the items that we purchased, and also create cash for that department. But because we don't know when it will be here, in order to make the budget balance, if you leave things the way they are, you will have to budget to transfer money from another fund in order to make this budget balance. It's an accounting thing, it's on a piece of paper. We know we won't need it because we know we're gonna get this grant, but we do have to balance, so we do have to go through that. Currently, in order to make the entire budget balance, you need $704,329. That is all of those cash, that is including dispatch, that is including everything, because not all departments, not all funds make money. The general fund will always lose money. We have 18 departments that are trying to split a few $1,000,000. It just doesn't work. Dispatch, we know that there are things within that we have to help support. We know that you're planning on, you need cash to balance sewer, you need cash to balance the airport, and you need cash to make sanitation balance. Those are not typical throughout budgets. This is a one-time, you guys get to choose how often you do it, but they're typically when you project to use cash, it's a one-time situation, either for equipment purchase or for a capital improvement. Your general fund transfer in 2024 was $406,126.
One more time on that one, please.
$1,406,126. That's what it took to balance out the general fund.
I was just putting it on
last
the
year.
cheat sheet.
You are projecting to transfer much less than that. There are multiple reasons, which we will go through as we go through each department, but it's looking like much less than that. Well, I shouldn't say much, several thousand less than that. Corrections is projecting to transfer to make the dispatch balance and also to put $150,000 into the general fund. That is something that previous councils have always asked, that jail puts $150,000 in to help with the general fund, because the police department often helps corrections with some of their items as well. And rather than splitting out the cost of, hey, you went here on a transport or you went here, we'll just put $150,000 back into the general fund. So that's where that comes from. With that $150,000, then you only need $1,219,700 $752 to make the general fund balance. It has been asked that the electric fund be capped at $1 million transfer because they have several large projects coming through in the next few years. Water has the ability to transfer a little over 200,000, but I put 200,000 in there. So with that, it would be my recommendation as you guys go through this budget, that you look to cut $19,752 from the general fund departments in order to just have 150 from corrections, 200 from water, and 1 million from electric, and to make it balance. I do believe that this is very easily obtainable to collect, or to cut the 19,000 out of there. For your health insurance, everyone's health insurance is budgeted for a 9% increase for all departments. Insurance is a tough one to budget. We have no control over it. It's based off of how many claims you've had. It's based off of a million other things that have nothing to do with the city of Winter necessarily. We have not ever seen anything higher than 9%. This last year, we actually saw 7%, and that is the highest we've ever seen with the South Dakota Health Pool. They told us not to be surprised if it's more than 7% this coming year. So we did project 9% increase on health insurance. For your overall liability and property insurance, I think all of you know if you have any insurance, 10% is probably budgeting fairly low. Property insurance is crazy right now. And again, not anything necessarily to do with us. Has to do with hurricanes and reinsurance and all these other things. We have 10% in there. We did make one change, which was about $3,000 difference on our comp and collision on our insurance for our full coverage. That was based off of a recommendation from Councilman Clay. He came in and sat down with our coverage carrier, and what did we bump it up to, 1,000? It was at 500 and we bumped it up to 1,000, I believe, on the collision, is that correct? And it saved us about $3,000 a year to do that. So that'll be nice to have that in there. As far as personal services, 3.4% is the CPI by policy that has been set. That's the U.S. Labor Bureau's end of 2023. That is what they said the national average CPI was. Your budgets include that employees will get the guaranteed 3.4% and may earn up to 4%. So they, based off of merit, have 0.6% that they could earn. 4% increase is a 100% perfect employee. I love our employees in the city of Winter. To have a 100% perfect employee, in my opinion, from the HR standpoint, doesn't exist. That's just, everyone is human, everyone makes mistakes. And it happens, and everyone is learning. If you are perfect in your job, it might be time to look for a new job and get, anyways.
Are the evaluations done?
They will not be done until November. So we send those out in October. They are completed by the end of November so that we know what raises will be in December for January 1st. That's when raises go into effect, is January 1st. All of these are formula based. So no department head can come in and say, Mr. Clay, I want him to have 4%. Mr. Clint, I think you only get 3.6%. They don't get to have that say. The evaluations get plugged into a formula. That formula creates what their actual raise will be based on how they were reviewed throughout the year. So that is how that works in a nutshell.
Will we be notified of individual raises?
No.
We won't. Okay.
Nope.
Not till January.
So you're not ever technically notified what percentage any employee ever gets. Does that mean people can't figure it out? Nope, trust me, we have plenty of people who do. In January 1st of every year, it is required by the state for every government employee to have their wages published. So if you keep the January 1st minutes of every year, this is what they made last January 1st, this is what they made this January 1st, you could figure it out. But we do not give that information out. It is not public. It goes into their file, their personnel file, and only themselves and HR and the department head have access to that, and the appointees. But
What our employees make, are paid, is public information.
correct,
That's
their
correct.
actual wages, yes. What their percentage increase was not, because then
But
you're
what
getting
they
into
made
merit.
last year is not printed in that same document.
No.
Who determines if they're doing the right evaluations?
Now that the same person is reviewing all of them together, and there are policies that are to be followed, the HR director, with help of the finance officer, verifies that the training that we have been giving to those department heads is being followed. If we can see that one department head is coming in and they're giving all their employees all fives, they're not following our training. So at that point in time, we have the discussion with the department head. If it goes nowhere, we follow chain of command. We have that with the appointee. If the appointee is not doing anything, then we go to the mayor and the personnel committee and have that conversation of, hey, the policy is not being followed. They're not grading according to how it needs to be done. Most every time it gets handled before it ever gets to that point. It's just okay, now we're gonna review, we're gonna go back through the training, let's sit down together and let's work this out. So there's always going to be discrepancies. My way of evaluating versus Mr. Miller's way of evaluating is probably different. I might be a little more harsh with my employees than maybe Mr. Schuyler is, because he's a nice guy. So there's always going to be some discrepancy because you have human error or human emotion involved. Whether you like it or not, it is human emotion when you're evaluating people. So that can happen, but for the most part, there is a formula and there is a way and a documentation process to account for if you're giving somebody above a 3, which is meeting standards, doing your job, you give them above a 3, you'd better have a reason why. If they're less than a 3, you'd better have a write-up that supports that as well.
Just to be clear, we as council never see those records.
That is correct.
Correct.
They are not public information. We already talked about IM 28, so I'm going to skip over that paragraph. This next paragraph is a conversation for full council. It can change the way the budget looks, and it may not change the way the budget looks. I've been asked multiple times about the jail bond. We will not be paying it off this year. It won't happen. You can see that we have $1 million in cash. You can see that according to current projected expenses and revenues, the jail does not look to make a ton more than what they're going to spend. It's a few $1,000s more based off of the new contracts and the CPI. So they might make a little bit more, so by the end of 2025, they'd have a little bit more than $1 million in there. There are some questions being asked about investing and getting some higher interest on some of that cash, and that is definitely a possibility. In 2020, again, the federal funds that we received for ARPA, COVID, that made a huge difference to the jail. The jail was able to get quite a bit of that money. In the process of that, the jail was kind enough to give $700,000 of that additional money that wasn't projected, planned, to the sanitation department to help purchase dumpsters, totes, and individual things like that.
I don't know if give is the correct terminology. A
Loan.
loan that hasn't been paid back.
Yes, which is the question at hand. I've heard it discussed both ways, that yes, we intend to give the $700,000 back to corrections. Yes, we will, but maybe 10 years down the line. And then I've also heard, no, we're not giving it back. So the question is, do we need to start budgeting to potentially give back to the jail this $700,000? Is it something maybe not this year, but in next year? Just to kind of know what the council's plan is. There is no paperwork. It was a transfer, same as when the electric fund gives money over to the general fund, the $150,000 that he gives over each year to the general fund. There's no paperwork with it. There's no interest. It's a flat $700,000. What does council see happening in the future? Originally, it was planned to pay it back, so that's $700,000 that they have to get their bond paid off quicker. But we can't make an additional payment on the bond until we're ready to pay it off in full. So they won't take extra payments as we have extra money. It is a one lump, pay it off. The first time we were able to do that was end of 2024, because that's when the 5 years was up. You couldn't do anything for at least 5 years. Now we have the ability to pay it off early once we have the money available to us. So, council, your floor.
I guess my question, Chandra, first is the 2.795, is that the remaining balance after we pay 2024?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes, so the number that Mr. Schuyler just referred to, the bond itself will have a balance of $2,795,000 at the end of 2024. That is after 2024's payment.
What was the total bond?
3.1.
One thing you can comment, it's in our notes here, it's page 2, but it is important to note that at the end, and if you said it and I missed it, I
have not.
apologize. The constitutional debt at the end of 2024 will be at 60%.
That is
That's
correct.
good information.
Yep. What that means for the public and for other council members who might not know, we are limited by the feds, the federal level and the local level from the state at how much borrowing power a municipality has. It is based off of 5% of the total taxable value of your city. And so we get 5 years, we find the average and 5% of that, which I have a formula, I just don't have it printed for you. And so at the end of 2024, once we make that payment, we will be at 60% of that borrowing power. It leaves us about $2 million worth of borrowing power.
That was my question, is how much, if we had zero tied up, how much could we borrow
About 2 million.
total?
Oh.
Even with the 60?
Oh, so if we had no loans
Yeah,
out there,
no loans,
you
say.
you have about 6 million.
6 million.
2 million remaining. Okay. 9:02, good job. You got through all of that and we're on target.
Do we want to talk the 700,000?
I think it'd be more appropriate at the end of 25, because we'll know if the rest of the budget goes through, what our sanitation department, where we're at there.
Where we're at with IM 28.
Yep,
When
there's
you
a
say
couple big
public works,
changes.
It was a combination of streets.
It was given strictly to sanitation. The 700,000 was.
That was to purchase recycle.
It was to help purchase the building, the recycle building, and to help purchase the trailer and the totes and dumpsters.
The trailer that goes to Puckwater.
We don't have that money yet, though, correct? Or
That 700,000
it.
we
We
did.
spent
Yes,
that
we
much
spent it
more.
last year. Yep, they moved that money into the 2023 budget. So technically, they loaned it out in 2023. When we did the 2024 budget, they said, we don't know where sanitation's gonna go, let's figure it out, let's wait. And now here we are again for 2025. Wait another year, see what happens with IM 28, see what happens with sanitation. That's fine, we can keep bringing it up every year, that's not a problem.
I think this particular year, we do need to wait, but my intention would be to vote to make sure that's paid back.
My question would be what we plan to utilize it for if we pay it back. Are we trying to increase the jail, revenues, and that's our
Cash.
hope, or?
We sure need a new roof on the jail.
I mean, so just
Yeah.
out of curiosity.
I don't know how
just
far
wanna
that
find out.
700 will go.
Bond payments,
The bond payment is the majority of it, and to get that paid off faster than, so it's a 30-year bond. You borrowed in 2019, you have 30 years to pay it off. There is nothing saying you have to pay it off early. It's just nice to pay it off early because then you have more borrowing power for if the substation comes along and we need to do something, or if we need to do something to the water lines or something. So it's nice to have that. 60% is still a fairly good number for your 40, you have 40% borrowing power, I guess, so to speak. So that's still a good number. We've been at 100% in previous years. So it's still a good number, but I believe the intent was always to utilize that money. In fact, originally, when we talked about them having $700,000, we were originally talking about investing it at that time to get some higher interest off of it. And at that time, council said, let's invest back into ourselves and give it to the sanitation department to get the recycle and other items purchased.
But it was always with the intent, although not written down, with the intent that those other departments would pay the money back to the corrections department where the money came from.
Same as when we did the jail expansion, the jail had to borrow $1 million from the electric department. And again, they made money and they got extra money from grants, but because of that, they actually paid that $1 million back within 2 years of borrowing it.
The question to be settled somewhere else is, should we have documentation between these departments and the jail that it will be paid back? Because one day you six won't be here who heard this information, and a different six won't have anything to refer back to.
So I say, well, the idea to refer back to something is a good idea. History is always a good thing. That's one thing Councilman Miners and I that have been here forever and previous council bring history to the table. But we don't need to try and cripple future councils in their decisions by our wishes today. You know, my vision is different than the vision over there, but, you know, if in a year or two the council chooses to decide that, whatever they do, that's their decision, my opinion again.
All I'm saying, Jeremy, is that there should be a written document that somebody owes the jail some much money. You know, that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying we should decide whether or not that gets paid back, but there should be a record of the fact that the jail did loan, if you will.
But truly, there is, Brad, there's minutes of these council meetings and intents
Okay, very
discussed
good.
in there. I mean, you know, and obviously we know, you know, just like Jeremy said, wishes and needs and whatever change, and again, at the end of the day, it's still all city money,
Yep.
so.
I think revisit it year after year if we can. I
But-
think not this year's not the time or place.
Yeah, I think we got too many things that we need to, we're not sure what's gonna
Yeah.
happen.
Yeah,
I do think it'd be smart if we're talking about roof that needs to be replaced, that's obviously not a small thing, so we should probably for sure add that to the budget for next year.
can we get by
Yes.
a year without a roof?
Yeah, it's a portion of the roof. We had a gentleman up there doing an inspection and we're waiting on estimates. We got estimates. I think it was in 2022. Didn't do anything then with it either. There was a small amount in the budget, 65,000, to cover what was projected to be 275. So it certainly couldn't have been achieved in that budget either. We're getting by, yes. It's not gonna cave in. I was assured by the gentleman that went and inspected it that we'll get there, yeah.
Storm damage or no storm damage?
What's that? No storm
No.
damage.
Unfortunately. We need Jeremy to make that evaluation, yeah.
No, yeah. like I
We
said,
tried that
I
with
didn't
another
say he goes,
facility in
"Yeah,
the
you're
city
fine."
and it did not work, so.
Yeah, and it's just a portion. There's an older portion that
Is that
doesn't
the-
take the water and it just doesn't get to where it needs to go, so they're gonna, yeah. and
It's been a
slab-
constant problem, even when it was a fire hall, I bet
Yeah.
you there was
Yeah,
a roof problem
yeah.
there.
Okay.
But it'll be good to show that expense potentially in 26 and 27 for future
Yes.
things. We're gonna
Okay,
get strategic about
have we
it.
covered revenues well enough for everybody? Let's move on to the non-departmental mayor and council portion.
So,
guys.
page 6 and 7, they're the next two pages in what I have printed off for you. Non-departmental, there's a lot of changes. Couple new requests, and just about everybody asked for more than what they've previously asked for. The finance committee did go through, review requests, review what's available. Not everything did they come out in agreement on. You'll see that there's at least 2 of them where they didn't necessarily agree what should be budgeted for. And so that would be up to full council. It's just an opinion of that finance committee of what should be in there, but this is based off of what was requested in previous years. So the insurance, that's just general liability that we have throughout the city, and so that's what that is. The sales tax, there's not a lot of sales tax random that's coming through, so I left it at, I actually lowered it to 3,000 versus 4,000. The American Legion requests $1,000 every year for their barbecue that they do over Labor Day. Summer Rec is requesting $3,500 for their program that Jamie Keiser is very kind to run for the community. Main Gate, Tripp County Library, that's the next one. They've requested $1,000 more than what they've asked for in the past. I know you guys have all heard, well, the new ones haven't heard. So in January, they come in and they formally request these funds from council, based off of the information that they gave us during budget season. And, the current librarian, Misty, does a lot over there. So the finance committee did say $1,000 more would be appropriate for what she is providing for the community. You don't have to do that, though. That is, what's your guys' recommendation?
Who is on the finance committee without looking, I guess?
Austin and
and
Jeremy.
I.
And you guys approved of all these numbers?
There's notes in there, the ones that we didn't agree on.
Okay.
And let me say that those two fellows have done exceptional work, coming in extra time, another day a week. They came in, I believe, free of charge.
Yeah.
And
We haven't built it yet.
they haven't built it yet, and gave the extra time to make sure that what was presented today was thoroughly thought out, and we sure put a lot of trust in those two gentlemen for the work they did. Thank you very
We'll know
much.
what the bill is at the end of the day, pending outcome of the whole budget.
Right.
So I'm gonna dive right into this council conversation, and Dick, this is where you roll up your sleeves and go to work, okay? You've been asking about where we're at. And Austin and I don't make the decisions, we just have our recommendations, all right? So there's been a whole lot of conversation about mowing the Tripp County, it says fairgrounds, but it's not the fairgrounds, it's the campground, basically. The area right south of Gerald Whitty, all right? The advantage for, and I'm not trying to sway, I'm just trying to get a history here. The advantage to the city to keep that grass down is all, of course, mosquito control. You know, because that is county property. Now, I'm not throwing stones at anybody, but they only really need it mowed a few times before their events or whatever. It is an advantage to us to keep it down at a manageable level, to keep the mosquitoes at bay. There's been varying opinions on it. And I don't need to speak for Austin, but Austin is kind of said, if we're gonna mow it, we're gonna mow it. Mow it all the time. Troy says, in his opinion, and we've had little variance opinions, and correct me if I'm wrong, but Austin says, well, you know, like I said, we should mow it or we shouldn't mow it or whatever, but Troy says, yeah, we can mow it, but we might not be able to mow it right now. If they say, hey, could you get that mowed? Yeah, we can get it mowed in the schedule allowing time frame or whatever. So,
Well, and my thought on that, just to chime in quick, was that if this is a council decision to say, yes, we'll mow, or no, we won't mow, it takes our council decision completely off. We don't have any control over our decision if you put it in a department head's decision to say yes or no, we have time.
and to me, that's borderline operational, you know. It's, you know, we're not gonna tell him, yes, mow, don't mow today, and I don't think
But he
Austin
said
is
they
saying
had-
that.
They had, Troy said they had time to keep it mowed throughout the summer, but if something would come up, then he may say no. But that's not what the county was asking for an agreement with us, is either mow or you don't mow.
I don't even know if the county, sorry, Felicia.
Oh, no, you're good.
I reached out to 2 county commissioners and asked exactly what they were asking, and neither one of them got back to me.
They weren't asking anything. So, an individual, a representative that might be their responsibility, you know how there's so many moving parts to everything there is. There's the county commissioners, then you have the groundskeeping, and
4-H,
you have
fair
the
board.
4-H, and you have this and that. And they all want the same thing. And I don't think Austin and I are saying that we're not willing to assist because of the benefits for us. It's just what way to go about it. Where it's kind of been is, this individual, I'll say Rusty Heenan, whoever he's represent, has made a request to Troy, hey, we got something so-and-so going on here. If you guys could get it mowed, can you mow it? And he's like, yeah, we can get there, we'll try. And they've pretty much been on it. And my opinion is, I think that's where we should be, but the commissioners haven't asked for anything, have they? Or am I
Well, the
uncurrent?
commissioners were giving Fair Board an allowance to keep it mowed. So, I mean,
Yeah.
we were asked by a commissioner to go mow it this summer. So, but I don't
I don't know
like the
the
idea of letting them, or I shouldn't say letting them, just mowing when they ask us, because then, as they stated, then it might be knee-high, it takes us 3 times as long to mow it anyway, and make it look easy.
Correct.
That's what my fear is.
How big of an area is it? I'm not familiar with.
Half a block.
Yeah.
Pardon me?
Straight south of
Right.
Roger Kaiser's,
Oh, okay.
that square.
Gerald William, yeah.
It's a big empty lot with trees around it.
Okay.
Straight west of this softball complex.
Okay.
And based on the softball, I think, in my opinion, I think we should mow it. Based on how much we use the softball, how many we have.
And we've got a pretty good deal on that agreement there. I mean, that's all county-owned property, right, that we have our ball fields on and we lease.
I don't know that.
What was the question?
The Bailey Complex, is that city land?
It is city land now. Yep,
They
it was
give-
given to us.
So it's just more than Austin and I decision
Yeah.
of how we're gonna proceed on it. That's why I feel we just need to spend a little time talking.
Yep, well,
No.
and this is what, in Austin, this is what I brought to the committee, that it's a good thing for the city to keep that lot mowed, because we have a 6-inch high grass limit, okay? And if we just mow it when Public Works thinks they have time to do it, it's gonna be more than 6 inches tall. Okay, and so then we're gonna have issues with code enforcement and the like. What I had asked, in whatever committee it was that Winter could just go in and mow it with our good mowers. Takes a half hour to an hour to get it done, is what I understand. Then there's the weed eating involved on top of that. And it just looks good for the city of Winter to have that place looking sharp every day, rather than we'll mow it 3 times a year when we have a rodeo, okay? But I will tell you that when we did have the rodeos, the place looked really fine. I mean, really fine. Fair Board is given an allowance from the Trip County Commissioners, and this year I understand that allowance was cut. So what Fair Board did was they quit hiring a contractor to mow it. Well, that means the county would then mow it with their big 6-foot ditch mowers, which leaves clumps and grass laying all over the place, and a place for varmints to live, and bugs and mosquitoes and all that stuff. So the city of Winter has the equipment to keep it mowed like a lawn, and that's what I'd asked Troy if he could do. In committee, it was my hope that we could just do it and say, there you go, county, we're really being nice to you.
So
Now I
have a
find
question.
out that that's not possible because of laws that we now have to give the county a bill, and they can, if they want to, come in and request forgiveness of that bill. And that's how the city can then donate our efforts to keeping the 4-H campground, if you will, nice and clean, so that the neighbors aren't complaining and stuff. That's where this came to. Whether or not Troy can mow it every week on the day that he mows private ground, I don't know. But it would be my hope that we can keep that looking just like we do our city park.
Well, in committee, Troy said we can keep it mowed.
Yep, the committee said, let's keep it mowed. Now, whether that's once a week or once every 2 weeks is gonna depend on the good Lord and how much rain he gives us, because it's not watered. So, but the problem with that is, if you
Yeah.
don't water it, weeds grow 3 times as quick as grass, and then it looks like crap.
So I just want to be clear on what the concern is, because I think I'm not quite following. Is the concern that we're leaving it to the discretion of Troy and we're worried about like favoritism between different properties, or like why would we be concerned about him getting to it when he needs to get to it?
So, my opinion, my understanding, not opinion, my understanding was Troy wasn't so much wanting to add more property to, on their daily, weekly regimen of mowing. He said, this year we had plenty of summer help and the rain or whatever. He said, if we commit to it, it's another lot that I have to have the guys that we get mowed every week or twice a week or whatever. We're gonna keep it like our park boulevards or whatever. He said, I don't know. I don't know if we have enough help or the rain or whatever, and then we're on the hook because yes, we've committed that we're gonna do it. He's willing to do it, have his guys do it, but just a little loose, like, same thing, it's just splitting hairs just a touch.
And maybe we just need to set in precedent, like by X, you get this many days as variance, you know what I mean? Or, I mean, he's gonna have all these properties hopefully cleared up because we're getting rid of a lot of properties, so to supplement that one in place of all the other ones that we're selling, I think it makes sense for us to mow it, but.
Okay. It's a minor thing, it's just our policy, Brad, that we bill ourselves and we ask for forgiveness for what we track, it's not a law.
It is state statute.
It is state statute, okay.
So would the bill go to the fair board or the county?
Go to the fair board, which is the county.
That's ultimately what the question is, the concern is. So I was advised by one county commissioner, the bill goes to the county. We had this situation last year where we did some water work for them out at that same location. We billed the fair board. The fair board asked for a payment plan, not a problem, we can do that. The county came back and said, county commissioner came back and said, bill the county pays for all upkeep on the property.
Okay.
But we're gonna mow it. If we're just how many times or how often or whatever, we're gonna mow it, we just track it, we send them a bill with understanding that they come in here and say, will you waive this for at the end of the year? And we do it just because they're counting dollars. It's just who the bill goes to. Okay, so that's that conversation. Austin's note says 5,000 if we mow it, 75 if we don't mow it. So I agree. If we're gonna mow it and put it onto the agenda, the boulevards or whatever you guys wanna do, $5,000 of donation amount. Next slide.
The next one that has some contention with it as well, and not contention, it's just, it was a large increase request. For several years, Winter Resource Center has asked for $7,000. When she was in here in January, she made it known that a lot of her grant dollars have gone away. So she is looking for more ways to get funds to replace those. So this year, she did request $10,000. Clunt's recommendation was to only put $8,000 in there. That still gives her a little bit of an increase, but not a $3,000 increase. And Councilman Clay said he was okay with the $10,000.
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead.
I have a conflict on that one. My wife is on their board, so I can't.
Do you wanna step out during this brief conversation then? I was not aware of that, but thanks for.
Yeah, she's on the board.
I guess my question is, and maybe for Chandra mostly, could she work with District 3 for kind of grants?
It's my understanding, yes. Anyone within in our area could work with District 3 on different things. Shanna has been very good of writing her own grants and working through a lot of those things. She is probably, of all these people we work with, I hear from her the most of all the different grants that she's working with, matching grants and different things. But yes, she would be able to utilize District 3,
Okay.
is my understanding.
Some people may be shocked to hear this, especially some people that have sat in that chair over the years, but I'm kind of a softie when it comes to the needed programs in the community and the good that, thank God, nobody in my family has had to utilize this resources, but, she comes here and makes her case, and everything she's doing is greatly needed. And their funding is short, shallow. And unfortunately, our donation programs, the list that we're on, or whatever you wanna call them, we give a lot to a lot of people, and we've been able to. hopefully we can continue to help at some level. If IM 28 shorts our funding, unfortunately, we may be looking at doing less in the future, but that's why I was at 10,000. I don't think Austin's saying, he's not saying zero at all. Well, I was just saying, let's try and fund it the full amount. We'll see when we get to here.
But I think this is a classic example of why don't go a year without asking for more money. They went 4 years and got nothing, and now they want 3 years worth of 10%. So that's something that I think we should keep in mind when we're making this decision. All those years we gave them no increase, no different than our electric fund or our jail fund. If we wait 4 or 5 years, we're gonna take a big increase in that jail, what we charge our counties. So this is something I think we should consider pretty serious
I always
here.
appreciate when someone doesn't come for more until they need it though, and especially with this being such a small, I mean, we're talking pennies in comparison to the other stuff like a jail or, I
Every
don't know,
person
I don't
who
have any
asks for
problems
these
giving the full
monies
amount, but,
has to prove that they need it.
right.
So they can't just say, I want 10 grand. They have to show that their budget needs that.
Now,
So if they
isn't-
haven't asked for anything for 3 years, it's because their budget didn't show that they needed it.
Isn't it required by law that they provide us balance
Yep.
sheets?
And I have all of those,
Is
yes.
it by law or by?
By our
By-
ordinances, yeah.
It's by state statute.
Okay.
I thought so.
So what do you guys want?
I did not see their financials, I guess. I didn't know they turned them in.
I'd be good with the full amount, just because I agree. I think there's a lack of community here, that's, I think, my biggest thing for being on council in the first place, is we just don't have a lot of opportunity for people. So if you continue to take away these smaller opportunities, it just doesn't look good. Especially when they haven't come to us for the last few years, and I understand there's a need to prove the need, but I'd go the full amount personally.
Jeremy, or Austin, why 8,000, I guess, is my
I
question.
just didn't
Didn't
think the
it be
precedence of a huge jump.
30%
just because they
increase
asked
or
for it.
whatever, yeah, okay,
Yeah. And like I said, I did not see the,
financials on it.
I think I gave them to you guys the very first meeting after, and sometimes they get lost in all of these numbers, so.
Tim?
I appreciate your
I'm-
conservative, you know,
well, I mean,
like-
it just,
Whatever recommendation is,
Well, we're
it
split,
is-
that's why it's here. That's
Well,
why we're
I
asking you
understand.
guys.
Make a decision, Timmy.
I'll agree with Felicia, it's, it's a needed resource and,
And hopefully they don't need more next year, because next year it might be tough to do. We'll see.
They
We
would
might want to
gather.
inform everybody.
So you want
we
that
work
to stay
with.
at 10,000? If we could just see maybe a show of hands?
10,
10's fine.
Okay, at 10, okay, thank you very much.
Okay, we added a couple things too. It was outside of the deadline that we have through policy to request a donation, but it's because at the time of the deadline, they were not a nonprofit. Since then, the T4 Foundation has formed its own nonprofit. As soon as they were officially certified, and they are a branch off of Main Gate, who is a nonprofit that we donate to. As soon as they were given the ability to become an official nonprofit, they came in and asked for a room in City Hall.
What is T4?
Yeah.
The Turnquist 4 is what it's where the T4 comes from. It is a counseling service for children of parents who are addicts. So Main Gate works with the parents, the adults. This is a branch off of that, and they have to work with Main Gate because they're working underneath Kathy's license, and it works with the children. If you guys approve this and Bailey comes in and she presents her case in January, it'll rip at your heartstrings, because she has a lot of good information on it and a lot of statistics on it too. And how it's not just the adults who have addiction problems, it boils down into their kids too. So what is plugged in there, and I did take this to the finance committee, is what rent for the room that they're asking for would be for 2025. I'm sure most of you have seen, if you've seen it on social media, they're already advertising they're in that room. Nobody is knocking down the doors to rent from us. I told them that if they want to store stuff in there for the rest of 2024, they're more than welcome, but if somebody comes in and wants to pay for rent, I would have to ask them to leave at that time. They're not officially renting it from us. They just meet in there type of deal. So it would be a contract that would start as of January 1st, 2025, same as what we do for Main Gate. We would give them a portion, the rent as a donation. They would turn around and write us a check back for their portion of the rent. It just creates that paper trail then.
Okay, so I asked Troy if he would come in. You guys had some questions about the mowing at the fairgrounds. Troy, you want to take a seat there and let these guys pound you with questions? This concerns the fair board's land and the mowing, and I'm just gonna ask the council to ask you the same questions they asked the air before.
Do
Go
you have-
ahead, council.
Do you have time to mow it, if we add it to the mow list?
Yeah, I mean, it's, we gotta take care of our stuff first. We have priority to take care of the ball fields, parks, we have ball games, we have, events but we have time. It worked out pretty well this year with the personnel that we had to keep that mowed up.
What would be the cost associated, I guess, every time we mow it? Do you know? Is that based on the most, or the,
I'd have to look at the equipment resolution
That's
and
okay,
see
that's what I-
what the hourly breakdown is on equipment, and we'd have to be a little more, now the way we do it now is if we have time, we'll send, 4 or 5 mowers down there and just knock it out.
The real cost is different than our equipment resolution.
Yeah, we're so
Equipment
inflated
resolution's
to
set way
deter
high.
people
And we're
from
working
letting
on
the city
changing
mow their
that.
yards.
But that's what we have to charge them at
Yeah,
this point.
100%, yeah.
So whatever that
But that's
resolution
not our real
says, that's what
cost.
legally, we have to charge them that.
Don't dispute that. I'm just saying that's not our real cost.
But
Troy, do you think that you would have a hard time keeping it within the code enforcement regulations year-round?
no,
Okay.
That's my main concern, as long, I don't know that unless they have something special out there that they need it mowed, I don't know that it has to be a scheduled mow as long as it's within the, code enforcement.
And code enforcement is 6 inches.
Right, well, as long as it's done within that timeframe.
and to be clear, all we've ever done is that lot that is to the north of the 4-H buildings. That's the only
That's the
place
only
we've ever
lot we're
mowed
talking
for the county. We don't do anything around the rodeo grounds, we don't do anything around the 4-H center, that all gets taken care of by others, so. Because that,
Right.
if you'd add in all that, that becomes quite a little bit.
Okay. Any other questions for Troy?
No, I think we've
On
already
that
said,
subject?
the committee's already said to do it, so it's up to what everyone else wants to do.
Thanks for coming in.
See you, Troy.
Thank you.
See you later.
Chandra, do other places, do other cities charge their counties for things like this?
So I did a study on that a year and a half or so ago. There is a state statute that says that you are supposed to have, if you do work for anyone, you are supposed to charge them, and you are supposed to be higher than what your locals are so that you're not competing with local business. And also it goes into the maintenance of property and how we can charge that. It also says in that state statute that the city can, by resolution, work with another nonprofit government agency and ultimately help them by resolution and not have to charge them. So you can, by resolution, state that.
Right.
The main reason a resolution never went through before is then it almost kind of handcuffs.
Right.
Hey,
Requires you to do it.
I wouldn't want to do a resolution, but I'm wondering, in other cities, are they charging their counties or towns? Are they actually charging their counties without?
Well, they're probably doing the same thing we
Yeah,
are.
they're doing it
Nobody,
now.
nobody writes a check,
Okay, so they don't typically exchange any money.
so you're talking strictly on the mowing, correct?
Yes.
Yes, some do, some do not. It's across the board. Some say, yep, no problem. Some say, yes, it is a problem. You are required to keep track of your property, just like we're required to keep track of our property. If you can't do that, you'll be put on our mowing fees. So it's all over the board. Small towns, Lemon, Faith, stuff like that, those small towns, yes, they do. They're very small, they don't have large budgets to work with, they're just doing it because they need the help type deal. The bigger cities, you are required to follow their code enforcement rules no matter who you are, and you have to maintain it. and we're somewhere in the middle.
I don't like
But
that.
that rodeo grounds and 4-H grounds provides a significant,
Yeah, I'm not
amount of
arguing,
traffic
I'm not
going.
arguing mowing it. My argument would maybe be charging it and not wiping the fee. I know that's gonna create some issues. That's how I personally feel. I feel like if we have a code enforcement policy that requires you to maintain 6 inches or less, why are we waiving a fee for a county that, I mean, they own the property. They chose to own the property. So, I mean, I didn't force you to own the property. I don't know. That's where I would sit on that personally. I know that's gonna make some enemies, but it's just how I feel.
I do have a question, because I may be wrong, because didn't before, was I not told that, for instance, let's say code enforcement fines me for something. If I don't pay that fine, there's really nothing you can do about that. Is that correct?
No, so we would then, if you don't pay it, then we would assess it back onto the taxes for that. Now, that doesn't work for a government agency because they are
Tax exempt.
tax exempt on property taxes.
But didn't, the county doesn't enforce,
Oh, they do now. I'm so sorry.
Oh,
I thought
okay.
I got that out to everyone,
Chandra
so.
found out.
okay, I'm sorry, then
They
I missed
can
something then.
assess,
Okay,
And
okay.
they're required to assess.
Okay, I missed that then,
Yes.
sorry.
Yep.
No, that's okay. I probably didn't state it in every meeting. so.
We were in error thinking of that before, but that
Okay.
got corrected. Okay.
We're gonna have to kick it up, speed it
Just
up a little bit.
relax.
We're spending way too much time, and I set the stage, I'm sorry, but.
Let's get back to this mowing issue. Austin has the idea that if we mow, we should only give them $5,000. If we don't mow, we should give them $7,500. They're requesting what, Chandra?
They're requesting 75.
$7,500. So,
But you gotta understand that part of that was, they were spending that to mow.
To mow.
yep, I agree. I definitely
Yeah,
agree with
yeah,
you.
but I mean, just so everybody knows, cause
Yep.
Rusty explained that when he came here.
Yep.
that Part of our funding
And
is
so,
to pay
in order
somebody
to
to
make
mow.
this budget, you guys need to decide if you want to give them 5,000 or the 7,500 that they requested. And if you're only going to give them 5,000, is that because you're agreeing to keep it mowed?
That's my opinion. I think, on the committee, we think we should mow it, and I agree. If we're gonna mow it, well, then let's do the 5,000 and not the 7,500. That would be my.
Okay.
I'm
Does
good with
everybody
that.
feel that way?
Yeah.
Okay, very good. That's where we're at, Chandra.
Okay. And we're at 10,000 on the Winter Resource Center, and then the T4 Foundation, that's 6,984. Are you guys okay with that? We would enter into contract with them, okay? Then we skip down to Conservation and Economic Development. The committee approved $25,000 to Economic Development and $25,000 to the Chamber. However, that number has changed. Economic Development has asked, due to their new venture, which they have posted on social media, so I will say it here briefly, they have purchased the Winter Advocate. They are going to operate it as a nonprofit, and with that, that does qualify them to then rent from us in our facility as a nonprofit owning the paper. So they have asked for 2025 to get a donation in the amount, same as what we would do for T4, same as what we do for Main Gate. And you don't have to put it all out at once. We can make the donation monthly if that is how council would like to do it, which is what I've been asked. So we can do that, so that includes the rent for room 119 would be $6,900, so the 25 plus the 6,900. And then, the Conservation and Development, that is our District 3 dues. So we have annual dues, they help us renew our SAMs every year, they help us with little grants and don't charge a percentage on them. That amount they've told us is $5,252. And then the carnival. So you guys passed a policy this year that says that anyone who helps us, the volunteer group that helps sell carnival tickets on behalf of the city of Winter will get a guaranteed $1,000 plus whatever they sell if they sell over 50. So plug the $1,000 in there.
Okay.
Under mayor and council, there is no increase at all to mayor and council salary and OASI per the finance committee. We have not spent $54,000 on mayor and council in the previous years, so I put it at $54,000 again. Your OASI is based off of that, is .0765, and then workman's comp, I plug in what it is projected to be. It usually comes in less than that, but I plug in what is projected to be at $50. Legals and advertisements, so that is everything that you put into the newspaper. Not everything that goes into newspaper is paid out of mayor and council. That is your minutes, your resolutions, your ordinances, those type of deals. There are other items. We pay approximately $9,250 to the Winter Advocate every year. Some of that is advertising as well as, I pay for the public hearings for liquor licenses. Planning and zoning pays for the public hearings for planning and zoning. So we try to break it out per department as well.
Do we know if there's gonna be any increases with the change of ownership?
So they are required by state law. Their rates to local
Stay the
governments are set by state statute, pretty much. Managed IT is new for mayor and council, and that is essentially your emails. So that is plugged in for your emails. We have to pay so much per month for you guys to have City of Winter emails. American Legal, I did drop this down based on the historical evidence of it. Every time we change an ordinance, American Legal changes it online for us, and then at the end of every year, they print a supplemental to our book that we are required by law to have at the finance office and at the clerk of courts. Supplies, $1,500 off. Most of those are if an employee's family member passes away or something, we'll spend $50 approximately, or like you're paying for your dinner today, or during the storm you did pay for a meal for Public Works. So that's where those items come from. I have $100 plugged into travel, conference, and schools. That's to help pay for any fees that you guys have. If you go to any meetings, you can submit for travel reimbursement as well, for mileage on your vehicles. But typically, you know, we spent $130 this year so far. Other years it's more, other years it's less. Never know what that's gonna be. And then utilities, that is for your tablets. There is a monthly fee for the Wi-Fi internet data on your tablets, and so that's what your utilities are.
Yep.
Questions? All right, Dave.
How are you?
Where's my red marker at?
You don't need a red marker to double it.
Dave has a very small budget, typically. This year is an exception because there are two major projects. We briefly spoke about it earlier. But insurance you can't change. It is what it is. We have to have insurance on the airport. Your repairs and maintenance, you never know what's gonna break down. The building, we've got some roof issues over there. Did you find out if insurance is gonna cover that?
I have not heard from
Okay.
them. They looked at it.
Okay. The other thing is we have we have 3 contracts with Dave. The first one is for our full-time base operator. The second one is that he does snow removal and charges us a certain amount for that. And the third one is he does mowing at the facility and charges us for that too. We have all of those numbers plugged in based off of historical information. You'll see that we haven't spent anything this year on mowing. That's because he submits once a year at the end of the mowing season. There is a small portion that has been submitted for snow removal, and that's because we had some snow in January and he submitted at that point in time. We still have more snow to come this year, so I'm not saying that that's an accurate accounting as to what his snow removal will be. And portable toilets. We broke this one apart. It was never really broke apart before, and somehow it got skipped in being budgeted in 2024. You have the money, you'll be okay. But we did put in there what we've spent in the past. It's just not been broke out, so you don't see the historical evidence of it there. His contract is the consultant line. That is set by contract, so there's no changing that. Supplies, I did, based off of our safety department head, there are no AEDs at the airport. And we have a lot of people coming in and out of the airport. It would be beneficial to get that. The cost, I was told, to get 2, one in the main area, and then I think one down at the hangar, was gonna be about $1,500. So that is an additional expense that we don't normally have. And it would just be a 1-year deal. Otherwise, the fuel is putting fuel in the tractor and the van. So he did purchase the van for $1 last year from the finance department. So he has that now for And typically, if somebody takes it, they fill it back up with fuel, correct? So,
Yeah, the city
Yep.
hasn't spent any money on the fuel for that van
perfect.
yet.
So it's just the tractor then,
Yeah.
that does the mowing and the snow removal. Travel conference and school, Dave goes to the airport managers conference every year in Deadwood, or Dave or Tessa. We get it, it's a 2-for-1 deal in this case, because Tessa runs the facility down there. Dave's just a pretty face. So, the equipment is for the batwing mower that we discussed earlier. They're not cheap. I believe this is a 15-foot, is that correct? That's what we looked for. And so that's what the 30,000 is. Utilities pays for all the utilities down there. And then the capital improvements of 50,000 is for the bathrooms. So really the only thing that's different is the bathrooms and the mower. And if Austin and Jeremy want to talk about that, they had this conversation with Dave in committee.
Was this something where we were getting a grant, like we're getting a grant and we have free money that we're getting if we spend this money, right?
Okay, so Chandra has it listed as a grant, but it's not really a grant. The $12,000, that what you're talking about?
I don't know. I remember at one point we were doing, one of the city council meetings, we were talking about how we needed to use it or we would lose it.
Needed what?
Needed to use money in order to not lose it and to be given money.
That was for
grant-like.
the bill. That's the bill money that we're utilizing this year, so now we'll be able to
Oh.
skip another year, and there's some bigger projects coming up on the capital improvement plan.
Gotcha.
The 5-year plan. So that won't be for next year.
So, we've been running porta potties out at the airport forever, and we, the committee, feel that we need to do some sort of an improvement there. We arbitrarily put $50,000 in the budget to try and have an approval for airport restroom on-site facility, maybe down by the hangar or something, wherever it comes up with. But hopefully that number is, get us a good start where we need to be.
There's cash in the account to pay for this, right?
We put $50,000 in the budget, and then we're pulling that $12,000 over from the fuel tax credit into this budget also. And for the two big things are the batwing mower that we talked about, because we've been using Dave's mower, and we should own our own, and then this bathroom.
And we kind of talked on them bathrooms is, if it's more than 50,000, we do $50,000 worth of work and finish it next year.
Do we still need the porta
I
potties?
think we were all on the same page on that, is get the batwing with the remaining money, stick towards the bathrooms and get as far as you can.
Bathroom, is that gonna be septic or running it into a sewer main? Is there a sewer main there? I
My
guess?
thought was septic, because there's not sewer down there.
There
We
isn't.
got the Vector truck that can suck it
Yeah,
out,
no.
take it away. Dick had a question, because in the budget line, there's porta potties in there, which I hadn't seen before, but she explained that. And I think we leave that line in there, because I don't know if this building would be done by hunting season anyway, you know. Hopefully, it would be nice if it is, but no guarantees. But there's still money in the budget to provide porta potties if it's not done.
Have you looked at it, Dave, as far as a prefab building to bring in, or have you
I
found
haven't
anything?
gotten any estimates or bids,
Okay.
because I wasn't sure where we were going
Budget
initially.
doesn't get approved.
Yeah, initially, and it's still in the works for a big hangar down there, which they haven't told us no yet from the FAA. So
Okay.
if that were to go, we would put bathrooms in there,
Okay.
and then we would.
And then we would need this, or we would not need this?
Would not,
Would not.
is the way I understood it, right?
Right.
Okay.
And what we were talking about, and maybe Dave would have a totally different idea, but something like what they put in the state park
That's
campgrounds,
exactly how
you
I
know,
was
a
thinking.
rock,
Heat and cool it.
yeah, rock building type, you know, something sturdy,
Yeah,
strong.
I agree. I think we need to do
Something
some
that don't need
improvement out there.
painted all the time and.
I think
Okay.
it looks good.
Nothing we can cut, Dave?
Well, you could cut my salary.
All right, thanks for coming.
Thank
I
you.
have no
Yeah,
other questions.
I think we need to do it.
So
Pretty small
Austin just
budget.
asked a question, and I had to go verify it. So I'm gonna add to the budget. His contract does state CPI each year, January 1st. So for next year, it's CPI rounded to the nearest percent, which 3.4 rounds down to 3%, rounded up to the nearest dollar. So it's 16.5. So it would add $17 per month times 12.
To the 6,600.
204.
Yep.
You got a raise.
Well, somebody's getting a raise.
Let us know.
I'm very good at that.
Check with the
I
boss.
That's
appreciate
about the only thing I'm good at.
It's
I
just
thought that-
like your house.
So
I
what
thought I
will
had
that
seen
make
that.
the
You wear the pants
6,600?
that she picks out.
$6,804.
6804 will be the consultant line, will go to 6804.
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you, Dave.
anything else on
Thank
the
you.
airport? Thanks, Dave.
Gee,
We'll
what
go
is
to
this,
finance
all morning,
office.
Chandra, this is Chandra morning?
You guys put me in charge of an $18 million budget. I do talk a lot today, in case you were worried.
Today?
Yeah, well, especially today. So, finance office. There are some changes to it. It does show overall a 12% increase. The majority of that is due to managed IT, and the finance office took over the postage from electric department and the utility billing postcards from the electric department. All of that was over, it was almost $30,000 difference just for those 3 line items right there.
I just wanna know where we can find $19,000 in this budget right here.
Yeah.
I was able to find 900 yesterday. So, and now I have to find where I found it, because I could cut to 3,000. Oh, so under supplies, 4261.0000, I have 3,900 in there. I do believe I could cut that down to 3,000.
Now we're talking.
And real quick question, Chandra, why did managed IT, that was the addition of HR, right?
That, so managed IT went up based on the addition of, storage. So we're adding more storage by having Public Works backing up onto our online server.
Okay.
And so because of that, rather than breaking it down, because I have no idea who uses how much,
Correct.
we just, finance office pays for all of it.
Okay.
So that is where that is
So
coming
that,
from.
the biggest price increase was the additional storage on it?
Yes.
Instead of split between 8 departments?
Yep, it was just easier that way for me to eat it if you allow me to do that way, because it's gonna cost a lot of money for me to figure out how to break that apart every month, so.
So let's talk about travels, conference and schools.
Yep.
What you got going on there that you're wanting to justify that much money?
Yes. So, you guys had me cut it last year to 1,800. One thing that
And you
happened this
overspent
year,
that line,
I
I
have,
see.
which means I need to cut somewhere else for sure. I have a new deputy finance officer, and getting her to the training that she needs for networking, training, learning all the things, because I'm not gonna be here for forever, surprise. I would like somebody else to know what I know within my department. So I'm trying to get her, it's Holly, I think you guys know that, by the way, here's the deputy. To get her to these meetings, I took her to a budget training this year. There's other trainings that she's been going to. Also, currently, she's not attending any HR trainings, but next year, that's definitely something we're gonna have to look into, so that there's some additional backup there. SHRM is a new one that we have started. We've become members of in the last 2 years. SHRM has helped us write a lot of our policies. It's a national group that helps us with that. So if you're familiar with HR at all, SHRM is very common through the HR world. I don't have to send someone to SHRM, but it sure would be nice because we learned a lot of information when we went to PEER this last year. Yeah, it's not getting cheaper to send people to training. Hotel rooms, we used to be able to get them for $75 a piece. Now it's $175 a piece. We no longer have a vehicle, so that is another thing that's adding on. I'm not complaining about not having the vehicle. We weren't utilizing it. When I go to trainings, I don't submit reimbursement for using my own vehicle, because I'll often, if I'm in Rapid, I have family and friends out there, I go see my family and friends. It's a benefit for me to be out there. Also, in my opinion, when I go to these trainings, is it not only a benefit to the city of Winter, it's also a benefit to me as a person, because I am learning more information and getting these contacts as well. So I just don't submit for that. However, I do tell my employees that they should. because it is a policy. So it's one of those, do as I say, not as I do.
Maybe they should take your vehicle when they go to training then.
And if they can, they're
And
more than
credit
willing,
card.
to they wanna ride with me, they sure can. I'm a horrible
That's
driver,
scary.
but they can ride with me.
That's scary.
So travel is getting more because it's not just me going, it is other employees going. I don't know that next year I'll go to FL school myself. I think I might just send Holly, that's something we have discussed. So, do I want to drop any money in that line?
Sure
No.
you don't, but what can you give us?
500?
Perfect.
I'll
What
take
would
it.
that be coming off of, just out of curiosity? Is that the SHRM?
Probably.
cert? Okay.
Well, it's
Can
my
we take
belief-
4,400 from our computers?
So 7,000?
Yeah, I
So
don't
that,
think we-
that line's going
That
to
either,
7,000?
No, I
No,
would give you 500, so it would go
5,000
to
to
4,500.
Yep.
My opinion
On travel,
is,
conference, and schools.
Yes.
We sure ought to cut money out of the education line.
Tim, what were you saying?
Well, I believe in all the formal education you can get, and you can't, I mean, it does cost money, right? But the smarter we are, the better decisions we make, all that, we're investing in our people in our community when we go to these things. And it becomes, I mean, I think there's an exponential benefit to go. And $500 is not a substantial.
You'll pick that
amount.
up in 10 minutes at school.
Right.
Yep, I agree.
Leave it at 5.
I think Chandra not going to those education sessions is a detriment to the operation of this city council.
Tim,
She
do you not
needs to
understand
know
what the purpose of
what
this
the
is?
hell's going on.
I
'cause we don't.
understand, I think we'll find it.
Okay.
I'll find that 500 for you in a bit.
Okay, all right.
So what do you want to do? You want to leave it at 5,000?
That's what Tim wants. What
Everybody?
Tim wants, Tim gets.
Okay, 5,000.
Thanks, Tim.
What Tim wants, Chandra gets, I should say.
So let's talk about my computers. Because for the
Yeah,
last 2
let's talk
years,
about your computers.
my computers have been cut. Now I'm at a point I can't cut them anymore. So Microsoft is doing an upgrade to Microsoft 11 in the fall of 2025. After a conversation with our managed IT carrier, my computer will not support Windows 11. If I do not have Windows 11, it no longer communicates to my Tyler Technologies and other software programs that we have. It has now become a priority that my computer needs to be upgraded. Originally, that's all I asked for was my computer. Now, 2 weeks ago, after a conversation with Workplace, my server is end of life, dead next year. That server has everything City of Winter on it. And that's gonna be a little over
What is the server
$2,000.
costing now?
$2,000,
$2,000.
yep. So
Tim,
$2,000
how
for
do
the
you feel
computer.
about our computers?
So you're saying 2,400 for your computer?
Computer and server for the 4,400?
So neither server nor Shander.
So, in my real life, I had 100 to upgrade to get to that point.
Yeah.
And so, when August of 25, Windows 10 becomes end of life, and that's what she's talking about. It'll still function, okay, but there's no security updates and all
Correct.
that kind of stuff that's gonna happen to it, so it puts us in a vulnerable spot. It's something she has to do.
Yeah, I think.
What's that line gonna be? The 4,400 is going
Sorry.
to be what?
Windows 7.
So I said $2,000, I meant $3,000. I'm sorry, the server itself is $3,000, my
Perfect,
computer is
that's-
1,400.
Yeah,
Yep.
I was gonna say 2,400, you're getting a heck
So
of a
it leaves
computer.
it at 4,400?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, I wasn't asking to change anything, I was just explaining. And
Yeah,
then
I didn't know what a servers are going
yeah,
for now.
servers are pretty much
2,000.
twice what a computer is.
Yep,
Yeah, that's a realistic number.
yep,
I mean-
agreed.
Yeah, I think that needs to stay there.
Jeremy, she can get a computer?
I guess, that's
Okay.
what everybody else says, I'd get out.
Tim wants it, so Chandra gets it.
No, we just don't need to put the city in a vulnerable position.
You're catching on, Dick. What
Okay.
Tim wants, Chandra gets.
So in code, under software, that is our payroll, that is our execu-time, that is our general ledger, our budget, everything is in code. And I did verify this number with them, 26,000 is is what it should stay at. I have obviously another major payment coming yet this fall. It's a fall payment, so I hate that, but, because it doesn't show that it's been paid here, but it is coming.
Okay.
Social archive. I'm not 100% sold on this, and they keep raising their rates. So what this is, and it came up as of 2020, is why we purchased it. For all of our social media accounts, which we have a Instagram that I do not use because I'm not smart enough. But we have Facebook. That's I understand Facebook. But anyways, every comment and every
Post.
message that is sent to us and every post, edit, everything, Social Archive keeps for us. When we were allowing comments on our social media, it became vital, especially during 2020. We had some horrific things being said on our social media posts in 2020. Then in 2021 and beginning of 2022, we were having people come in and comment on our social media posts on behalf of the city of Winter that had nothing to do with the city of Winter. And so we were having some issues there of the public was getting confused. And so that's ultimately why we shut comments down. Now that it is just messages that we're receiving, I don't know the Social Archive is a necessity for $4,500.
I would agree, but
But do we
Based on
have
what you
to
said, I
legally
don't
keep
think
that?
it's-
Do we have to legally
Your
keep
IT.
that?
Hang on, Justin.
Do we have to legally keep that?
We do not have to legally keep it. It is a nice thing that helps us.
It helps us
If somebody
in
comes
case
back
of a-
and says,
yes.
hey, what
Are
about this?
we
But
given the records up to this point?
I have access to the records at all times. Yeah, and we would keep them.
Did you have something?
I just don't, based on what you said, especially when you're just doing messages now, I personally, I don't think that there's any reason
Yep.
to do that. Tim, this is more your
Yeah,
wheelhouse.
and I don't know what it all entails, so I really can't speak.
I think for how
Archiving.
very little people are using our social media, I think we should exit.
If we can legally get away without
Yep.
Yeah, I think
legally
we
in
should
problems.
say no to that one. I
Okay.
think we should.
4,500 right there for you, Mr. Clay.
all right.
That's your computer. But Shannon, let me ask you this, what's the negative to not keeping that archive?
The only time that it could become a negative is if, and all of our current people that have access to our social media and answer on behalf of the city know better. The negative would be is if an employee gets into an argument via the city's messenger page with a customer.
And
That
s-
can happen via email too.
But it can happen anywhere.
It can happen anywhere.
Snapchat,
Yep.
email.
Absolutely.
And this only covers one thing?
It only covers
Right.
right now our Facebook and Instagram.
And so my take on that would be, if we don't, and I don't know, we should have an acceptable use policy.
Right.
We have one.
And that the employees sign, and that is just a piece of paper, right? But it's
It'll cover
legally,
us.
somewhat legally binding that, that should say, if you're on social media, you're acting in behalf of you and not in behalf of the city and blah, 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 blah. And so, as long as we have that in place, I don't know that backing up these records are they're available. Truly, if we got into a legal dispute, and somebody was gonna sue the city, they're gonna petition Facebook, or they're gonna petition Meta or whoever for the information anyway. If they get it, they get it. It's public information for the most part, and so, I don't know that us backing it up's really that. If we recognize that we got a problem, we're gonna go in and get our attorney's probably gonna go in and get the information in a timely basis and represent us, so.
Austin, you want some time on this?
Nope.
Okay, very good, all right. So we'll take that out. Is that what you guys agreed to?
Yep.
Jeremy,
Yes, yes,
Um,
love it.
Tim doesn't want it, so Chandra doesn't.
Yeah.
Okay. That'll be enough, Mr. Shaheen.
Yeah. All right, so the next one is me too. I don't know why my voicemail is playing, so I'm sorry, just,
Your time is running here.
I don't know if you can figure that out to shut it up. Admin building. So that is this building. There is rent, or we do rent out, so that is considered in the revenue portion that we receive rent from everyone that rents from us. Salaries, so you are going to see this throughout. Not every budget shows a 4% increase in salary and personal services. Reason being is because we had department heads come in and review what all is in that. So you do, as council, have these pages. They are not color copied for you, sorry, I'm cheap. They are black and white, but it does break down by each department how we came up with those salary lines. For this particular budget, I went in and I saw we're not spending that much money in overtime every year, so I cut my overtime allowance down by $700 to an even $1,000, and that cut it down so it doesn't show a full 4%. That employee still has the opportunity to get up to that 4%, but the overall line doesn't show that because I cut some other places.
Yep, makes sense.
So involved in that, and I probably should have talked about this during finance, but we didn't. I will kind of go through each one of these as we go through each individual department and how they came up with them. There are not names associated with this. There are numbers associated, and if there's any bumps available, they will put in there that there's some bumps available, different things like that. And it is broke down by department. And also included in there is if there's any moving, probation, annual bonus in there, anniversary date pay, longevity pay, end of year bonus. We have that listed twice, so I'm not sure why that is. And then projected overtime is all based in that salary line. Your OASI is, you know, the stuff that everybody loves when they get their paycheck and the government is taking half of your paycheck. 0.0765 is what OASI is. Then you have retirement. Most of our departments throughout the city of Winter are 6% retirement based off of your wages. Then you have work comp insurance. Our work comp is, there's a whole long 3 legal pages of formula to figure out what our work comp is, but ultimately it is based off of what your projected salaries are, your losses, your all of that that go into that. So that's where that number comes from, and then we've already discussed health insurance. So if you have any questions on that, there's only one full-time employee in the admin building, and so that's where those wages come from. We are having issues with this building. I just had to call H&O in again yesterday. We have a condenser that is clogged up from rust, and it essentially broke down 3 ceiling tiles in the attorney's office and is leaking everywhere and water everywhere.
How long is the building purchase payment?
I want to say 2030.
And we own it?
We own it, we bought
27.
it from a 10-year, or 15-year contract.
That's what I want to know, it's 15 years.
It was 15 from the day we bought it, I believe,
Okay.
27.
10,000 a year or something like that.
15, 20,
So
15.
32.
Huh?
2032.
Yeah.
2015.
But as a 15-year purchase agreement, we're paying $15,000 a year.
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
Very good.
Yep. So I threw extra money in repairs and maintenance for the issues that we are having internally with the heating and air conditioning. Our boiler, they had to go in and fix a bunch of stuff on it. Thankfully, this time our guys were able to fix it in the water department, but they said next time might not be able to, might have to call in somebody from Mitchell. Every time Red comes, Red tells me it's his last time he's coming to this building. Thankfully, that last time keeps changing. And then also, I did not get the quote, but I do have someone coming to quote me on the north side of this building to look at rebuilding those windowsills, because I cannot replace the glass in them until I get new windowsills, because they're completely rotted out. And that's what the last guy told me. And then also the peeling foam that's on that north side of the building. They're going to look at spot foaming it and then trying to match the paint. They're not promising me that'll happen. They may have to spot foam and then repaint the entire side of the building is what they're saying.
Which would look a lot nicer anyway.
It would, yes. So I don't have a quote on that. I put some money in there for that. At least should get the windowsills rebuilt with that money. Depending on what that comes in, it might be a bidding situation, and at that time I could ask for more money from council, but without knowing it, I wasn't comfortable putting a good number in there for it.
Chandra, have we
Yes.
ever looked at replacing our heating and cooling? I know it's gonna be expensive, but.
Yep. way back, many years ago, Brent Gill was here as the Public Works Director, and he and I did some research on that, putting mini splits into every room. So one of the biggest complaints we get from our tenants is person in room X is hot all the time, person in room Z is cold all the time, and they share a thermostat. So 2 rooms per thermostat becomes an issue. Mr. Miller does not have the same temperature gauge as Main Gate does, and that's always a complaint that we hear. And so we looked at putting mini splits in each room. At that time, it was going to be, and this was many years ago, I want to say it was going to be around $250,000 to do that.
I'm sure it's went down since
I'm
then,
sure.
too.
I'm sure.
Yeah, right.
The biggest issue is
With
the
20% inflation, I'm sure it went down, yeah.
electrical situation in this building is insane. And so we can't do a lot more changes without completely changing the entire
So
electrical
if we
system.
look at the heating, cooling, we're gonna look at electrical too.
Yep. It is definitely something that your 3B money could pay for when the pool bond is paid off and could help with that. So, just
There's
FYI.
gonna be a lot of things grabbing at that 3B money.
I know.
Have we looked at any solar options in the past?
Not for this building, we have not.
That's just future thinking,
Yep.
maybe.
We'll have more severe weather if we put in solar.
Yeah.
So, I found $1,500 I can cut out of this budget.
Where at?
Deposit refund,
Who said that? Tim?
4261.0004. Now that we are utilizing Encode for collecting those and building them in, it never touches the expense line because we don't have to write a check out of the expense line. It takes it back out of that revenue that we initially put it into, so I do not need to budget the $1,500 anymore.
That was deposit refund?
Yes,
So basically, it seems like you're cutting out of every one of your budgets.
I can't ask for other departments
Did
to
you
cut it
leave,
if I'm not
did you
willing
leave
to.
fluff in there so you could offer us a sacrificial lamb today?
I
or
did
what?
not.
Huh.
No.
There's something going on, because she's being too easy about
Yeah.
this.
No, yesterday when I looked at it and I said we need to cut $19,752, I have a hard time telling other departments, Mitch and Troy, you need to cut, but I'm not gonna cut. So
We won't
I
have
went
a hard
through
time
additional-
Sandra, I have a
them.
question for you. When you collect that deposit refund, where does it post now?
Into the
Or-
revenue,
Into revenue
Yep.
as a revenue source?
yes. When I write the check, it takes it directly back out of that revenue because I'm voiding it on the other side, so it just voids it out of the revenue.
So
just an in and
10
out.
years from now, we'll have negative revenue from those deposit refunds.
No, no, because you're collecting more than the deposit, you're collecting a fee as well, and it all goes to the same line.
But the revenue that we collect from a new deposit this year, 10 years from now, that person leaves.
Oh, no, doesn't
And
work
so
that
that'll
way.
take away from the revenue of that
This
year?
is simply if they rent the community center. And so it's a weekend rental.
So this is community center deposit refund,
Yes.
not the deposit on my electric meter?
Nope, that's electric department.
Okay, very good, thank you.
No, this is just for the community center, and if
So
you
we
rent it for
should,
the
I
weekend,
think that line should be labeled community center deposit refund.
I'm getting rid of it. Don't need it anymore.
Okay,
The whole budget is admin building.
okay, very good, thank you.
Utilities took a huge increase. So we officially bought this building in 2017. However, in 2022, we took over everything. We took over the community center, what we call the community center, the gym from the school. Previously, our contract said, nope, you guys pay for the heating fuel for that, and you maintain it, you control the schedule, you control who rents it. We were having issues with our tenants in here. It was being rented out, being loud, we had no control over it, and ultimately we came back and said, hey, we need to have say over this. The school said, great, here you go, here's your gift. Gift was a whole lot of heating fuel. The first time it hit and we got that, actually the last 2 times, fills it once a year. It is not cheap. What was it, 20,000? 20,000 this year. We didn't have it in the budget last year because that happened after we did the 2024 budget. This year it happened earlier in the year, so I caught it so I could add it back in there. So that's why there's a big increase there.
So a question that I have
Mm-hmm.
is, and it's kind of, what is our total rent income or,
Oh, it's back on that revenue we
Yeah.
talked about.
Admin building rent, $62,500.
okay, that's all I need.
So no, it does not pay for the operations of the facility.
And that doesn't include anything that we're waiving.
They still write us a check for that, so ultimately it does include that as well.
That number is actually not
Yeah.
what.
Yeah.
Once again, it's a city budget, so that'd be fictitious.
Right.
It's an in and out. It has its income.
We do have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 individuals who rent from us that truly
Actually
rent
pay.
from us. Yes, the rest of them, currently, there's only one that we're giving them their
Right.
rent. Next year, now we're talking about 3, so,
What was that again? How many actually rent from us?
5.
5, okay.
But
And
the
then
six-
also any community center rentals go into that too.
But that 62,000 represents all that, including the in-kind.
It actually only includes Main Gate because I did not know for sure if you were going to approve those other 2. And I
Right, I
don't have
understand.
contracts for them, so those 2 are not plugged into that revenue.
Another 12,000 basically.
But
Yep.
it's a wash anyway, so it
Yeah,
doesn't really
kind of
matter.
is, yep. But until we have contracts with them, I haven't plugged those in.
What's the fire alarm,
Oh, the inspection?
monitoring? Yeah.
Yes, so fire alarm monitoring is something that actually, because we rent to other government agencies, they require, part of our rental agreement with them is that we get our fire alarms looked at every year to make sure they're working, because they have equipment in here. And ABC Controls is who does that for us, and they'll be here sometime in the next month. And it, I believe our contract dictates that amount that's on there.
Does that kind of look like it's just like a rotating, like a lower cost, and then we, you know, they obviously have to go through the whole formal
Yep.
checks and everything?
The boiler repair, or the boiler inspection is another one that I have been asking them to come for the last 2 years. So you'll look at it and see that I've budgeted 2,000 the last 2 years and they haven't been here. I'm just trying to get them here. It needs to be inspected. It's part of our insurance makes us have it inspected. It's kind of like the ladder truck at the fire hall.
Have we looked other places in, like Sioux Falls? know.
I haven't. I've only been going through the person who installed it and they're the ones who are inspecting it. But it might be time to.
When I was in Mission, our old school had a boiler system and it was crazy draining on us, but the guy came from Sioux Falls probably every 3 weeks.
I think there's only one inspection service in the state.
Is there?
When I had a boiler at the Buffalo Trail, it always had to come from the same.
Are we done on admin?
Yep.
I am. If you
We're
guys are.
7 minutes into our scheduled break time and we got pool bond elections yet to do.
Oh, those are easy.
Yep.
Me again, Mr. Shaheen. These are in and out. The pool bond and, so the 3B and the 60,000 from the county, they are in and out. We collect them, we pay for our pool bond that we have. So they're in and out, not really
Final
anything
pool
to
bond
discuss.
payment this year?
What's that?
Final pool bond?
27.
27 is when it's scheduled. I believe if everything goes according to plan, numbers don't fall, we could probably pay it off in 2025.
You cut $200 out of the election, didn't you?
I did, because it's a non-mayoral year,
Yep.
so
Good.
that's typically what it costs us. Pretty small budget.
Mr. Mayor,
Yep.
can we take our break until 10:25 and get back on schedule?
Okay,
5 minutes, people.
The camera will continue rolling during the break, just FYI.
So we gotta be careful.
Maybe shut your microphone off.
Don't forget to turn it back on. Want some popcorn?
Is just Jason coming from that theater house? Sure. Just Blake's assistant, is that how that's? Thank you. Yep. Have a roll. I have enough. Have two rolls.
How's it going, Mr. Mayor?
Okay,
Doing well today, sir.
I would rather run until 5 o'clock than curtail discussion that is necessary.
Get it done, you're
So
saying?
far, I don't think we've had any unnecessary discussion.
Sitting in as an observer, trying to learn your process here, it's not bad.
That's what I'm doing too, trying to learn it.
It's not bad.
We ought to take Jeremy's schedule away from it. Thanks for coming in. We had questions we could not answer.
Oh. We're on schedule, huh?
Huh?
I say we're on schedule, huh?
Well, kind of. Only because the last two items were really fast. We were quite a ways behind there for a while. But we had serious discussions. The committee came with no definitive answers, so we had to get the answer. Especially on that mowing of the county property.
Is the county officially asking for it?
No.
So we're just
But they
we're just
thanked
being
me.
prepared in case they do.
Individuals have thanked me for the city mowing it, okay, individual commissioners. But as you know, my intent was, let's not send them a bill, let's just do it out of the goodness, okay? Law says we have to give them a bill, and I've talked to 2 county commissioners already about it. I have to talk to the rest of them that in November probably, or October, we'll send them a bill and somebody will have to come ask for forgiveness of the bill. And hopefully the city council will vote to forgive the bill. But that's by law, that's how it has to be. We can't just do it. So, which is just more common sense government.
I know.
You know?
Should I make more coffee or
Are you making more?
should I?
I don't need any more, but I'll drink more first
No.
meeting.
Does anybody else, do you think anybody else would want some?
Yeah, I think Tim's drinking coffee, and I think Dick drinks coffee. I don't know if he's done with coffee for the day yet.
We'll do it, why not?
If you make it, somebody will probably drink it.
As they say, if you build it, they
As
will.
soon-
Jeremy drinks
If
coffee.
we put it in the budget, somebody will spend it.
We take a short break, we'll be on schedule.
Jeremy, I would rather have a complete discussion than to be on schedule.
Yeah.
But I also understand,
There could just be people watching, wanting the scheduling to jump in and watch us.
don't care. It's more important that we discuss it and make a decision based on that than that we finish on time. I think. Because otherwise, I don't want you not to have something to say because we ran out of time.
Right.
Yeah. But I do
Sometimes-
agree, I need to not,
Sometimes we start yapping, and I yap about irrelevant stuff that burns up our time.
that's when I'm supposed to hit my hammer.
Yeah.
So far, though, I haven't seen too much jabber jaw.
No, not a lot, a little bit, but not a lot.
How's it going?
Good, Jeremy?
Kelly?
You great,
Kelly?
Are we still looking for money?
How are you, sir?
Yeah,
Yep.
You are?
Yeah, working.
yeah. It's nice that you can offer up something that we don't have to go in and
Steal it from you?
take it from you.
I'll give you a Kelly Duffy if you want one.
Be nice, Jeremy.
I didn't say anything, I just laughed. This gives.
We're still filming, by the way, broadcasting.
He bought Chandra a computer, he even agreed.
That's easy.
Yep.
Pulled it for 2 years in a row.
He's a giver.
It's all right.
Tim, I don't think that's a dress code for a council meeting.
Okay.
Jerry, you want some popcorn?
Well
No,
noted.
it smells good
You
though.
can have some.
But then you have these two
know,
hooligans
these are- this is just
battling
a
between
microwave
sports
thing.
teams, so I don't know.
Bad.
We gotta try to keep it light.
Yeah.
Oh, we got somebody with a yellow-orange shirt, we can really go after him.
Well, you can see me.
And he already hurt, he's already hurting
Yeah.
with his back,
Be
so.
nice.
Well, if there's a sniper in the building, you know who they're gonna take out first.
Why don't we paint the community center camouflage? That way nobody can see how bad it looks.
We're changing our shirt colors this year. We're buying all the black ones with the yellow in them so we don't get confused with the state employees anymore.
Oh, yeah.
McCready.
They're the ones that are standing around doing nothing, yeah.
Not my words.
Just do your job.
It was taken wrong.
Do your
I'll wear
job, Clay.
pink, anything with this color.
I hear your wife's
Well, I remember the
not
day,
too
remember,
enthused about having more
remember
yard
Stevie
mowed.
Clark?
You think?
Were
I
you
didn't
admitted?
live here then.
The mayor had firing authority then.
Because Bachman
Stevie
screwed
would
up her
fire her.
sprinklers, and you think she's hot about the 10
But
feet
back
of
then,
additional
remember-
yard she got.
The thing about
She's
Stevie
more hot
Clark
about
just
them
standing around
sprinklers.
was real.
DB, he's nothing but a troublemaker.
We're
Yeah,
still
pot
filming.
stirrer.
We're
Yeah.
just so you know, we're broadcasting.
Everybody in town knows it.
Okay, just want you to be clear and aware that we're still broadcasting.
We're having a little fun at his expense, Jeremy.
Remaining. Oh,
How'd he hit your sprinkler?
I don't know, but he tore 3 of them up.
yeah. Oh, so we're getting close.
Broke one and tore 2 pipes, they're laying in the driveway, so
Yeah,
Taking that curb out.
you can take it off his bill, I don't care.
Thank you.
Oh.
No, we're on sanitation.
Skylar took his phone with him?
10 of 150.
Yeah.
So 15.
No?
Yeah, he did.
Oh. Yeah. Yep. So then we can start spending that money on the critters.
So, not all council's in here, but I'm gonna go ahead and say
Yep,
this.
chop, homie, let's go.
They did pull up the contract with the school for this building. It's actually only 10 years, so $15,000 for 10 years. We made $15,000 the first year, so this building will be paid off to the school in 2026.
So we'll bring a blanket till then.
So, and so here's just some history, we talked about history. When we rented the Wells Fargo buildings, it was $18,000 a year, no utilities, so give or take, but yeah. And at that time, it was deemed that we couldn't, I mean, the utility costs, and obviously we've seen that were higher than the $18,000 rent we paid, but this wasn't a bad stroke of business getting to where we're at, I agree. So it's just,
Keep that in mind.
We have 2 minutes, 2-minute warning.
Why is Mary, tell me again, why is Mary?
Try to make coffee, I don't know what I'm doing, so it's just
The storage is part of it, so for the finance office, the storage is the main reason. For the admin building, the cameras are now on managed IT, which they weren't
Because it
before.
seems like everyone managed IT is gone.
Yep, yep. Almost all of them have, because we are asking more from them. All of the cameras, so like the streets department, for instance, has cameras down at North Shop. Parks have cameras, and those are now on that managed IT.
Okay.
Can you look at like 2026,
I think
ahead of time, start something like that? I
Issues.
mean, storage,
Because everything is based on
inflation.
revenue. So, when we start to look at revenue projections, which maybe
No. Makes sense.
so you may have to cut up to 20% of the budget. Revenues drop. So that's what's so important.
This is Shanda.
Well, get your debt down, but also adding utilities and adding buildings.
Brad, when is the auction?
Surplus?
When is what?
When's the land auction?
September 9.
Ninth? Okay, 9th.
Couple Tuesdays from now.
Yep, I couldn't
That'd be
remember for
good.
sure. I knew it was a Tuesday, but I didn't know if it was a Tuesday after Labor Day or Tuesday.
following Tuesday then.
Okay, yep. We're at
Okay, we'll resume with our budgeting workshop. We'll turn to page 27 in your handouts, and we'll ask Mr. Kruger to guide us in this discussion. Thank you.
Sanitation, everybody on board with sanitation? I made a quick change to Chandra's numbers. So in sanitation, she figured in, a full-time employee and a part-time employee for 12 months, and I changed those numbers to 6 months. So that actually changes the amount that we would be in the hole for 2025 to, it takes out 46,903, so we'd be looking, we'll be really close to being able to cover, assuming that we get all of our grant money before the end of the year. We'll be really close to being able to cover sanitation with the cash on hand and sanitation, but any questions on sanitation?
So what line did that, I mean, the salary line, what was that number?
So the total of those two for 6 months, take out 6 months is $46,903.71.
So that's a different number than I got from Rhonda. So did you guys do more since I've talked with Rhonda? Because her
Yeah.
number was $35,000 difference.
I just talked to her like an hour ago.
Yep. So then, yeah, she just gave me the number and it's $35,000 difference.
So,
That's just for the one employee, and then there's also a part-time employee for 6 months, which is $12,500.
is that just salary, or is that retirement and health insurance?
That's all personal services.
Okay, that could be part of it too.
What was that number, Troy, 46?
46,903.71.
Got it.
And then, for transparency reasons, if, I just want you guys to be aware of it because it was offered to me, by Sanitation Products on the garbage trucks. They actually came in and said that they would defer payments for a year if that, to give you guys that option.
I'll give you my opinion on that. We've spoke briefly about it. I wouldn't be favorable kicking the can down the road a little bit. Not, they're being nice about it, but they're collecting interest. It's just interest loaded on the backside. I think we can make it work to make the payment this year, just in 25, understanding that, yeah, maybe it's not gonna be as good as we want it to be because it was half a year operation. But I'd rather the shorter budget a little bit and not kick the can down the road and pay extra interest.
I think we agreed in committee, that's how we wanted to do, wasn't it, Austin?
We do it this year, the way things are budgeted, trucks are paid for in 4.5, 5 years.
Yeah,
Let's just get that done.
Yeah, just
In
just
5
do it.
years, we're gonna forget what we did today.
Yeah.
In
And,
5 minutes.
and, I just wanna get after it and start making payments.
Does
Yeah.
that change the bottom line on his budget for this upcoming year?
No, it was
So
already,
we had
That's
it
already
figured in
figured
to
in.
start paying right away.
it would have changed it if we do the deferment.
Okay, perfect.
The first 6 months is gonna basically be break even. There's just no way around it. We're making a full payment in 2025 on both the trucks. That's what's killing us, but like these guys said, we gotta start sometime. We might as well start sooner than later.
Okay.
I agree with that.
And especially if it's gonna run near break even anyway. What's the big
And it's
deal?
just, yeah, it's just another year interest.
And if we take it over, we will not be raising rates, right?
Will not what?
Be raising rates?
We will
No,
not.
no, that is correct,
Okay, perfect.
We haven't talked about, with taking sanitation over, that discussion has not been had about raising rates if we go forward with our plan.
Okay.
But it was almost for certain that we would have to if we.
I think Shannon and I figured, $2 minimum for next year to break even, and that would leave us at like $6,000 of revenue in that department. And then probably in 2025, another $2, and then our projected revenues would be like less than 20,000.
How much is a tote? to replace a tote if it gets
We
damaged?
just sold some.
Right now, we have a pretty good supply. I can't tell you on the totes, I
We
did
just
just look
sold
up.
those, didn't we? Were those?
Them big
Yeah.
ones.
Oh, okay, the 300 gallon.
I feel like they're about $100 a piece, the 96.
Yeah, the totes are, I just looked the dumpsters up today because we're gonna use some of that. We sold,
Yep,
we surplused.
yep, we surplus those.
The 2-yarders are approximately 800 apiece. The 4-yarders were 1,400, and the 6-yarders are 1,700.
Okay.
Give or take a few cents.
Those were the metal ones?
Those are the metal ones, yep.
Yeah.
So Troy, Kelly, you're changing the personal services to 2025, 6 months. Refresh my mind, when we take over the garbage contract, the services there, are we hiring new or are we interdepartmentally transferring?
So Kelly and I, Travis sat down, looked at our personnel, best fit for departments. We will transfer someone out of streets to sanitation. That will open up a position in streets that we will tentatively hire, but it will not be until after we take over sanitation. So we want to see how things go with the personnel that we have, but we definitely don't want to leave ourselves shorthanded in streets. So the budget reflects, streets and sanitation reflects a new hire in streets and another part-timer. So sanitation will be three full-time, 2 part-time. And streets will be 4, the budgets reflect 4 full-time in streets. And we'll go back to using the part-times for the dump and recycle days out at the recycle center.
One, sanitation's one more time, 3 full-time?
3 full, 2 part.
But you're only going to do one of those full-time for 6 months and one of the part-time for 6 months.
Correct.
Okay. So.
Next year.
If I'm truly understanding, yeah, that'll make a difference for the next year's, the numbers that I got from Rhonda and what you just said too. I'm not fully understanding it based on the 2. Anyways, if it truly cuts 46,903 out of the personal services, then you're down to, because we added 10,000 in for iron on your revenues, so then you'd be at needing 25,672.29 from cash, of which you do have, so you wouldn't have to transfer anything in from another department to make it balance.
Yeah, we're gonna wait to surplus our iron until 2025. I think the last time we surplused it, we ended up with approximately $12,000 iron, so. And we should get a more competitive bid this year. We've got 2 people that are calling us on a regular basis that are both interested in it, so hopefully that'll
Perfect.
All right.
help us out a little.
I gotta go back because my mind's not right yet, okay? And you probably already answered the question, I'm sure you did, but my mind's not picked up on it. When we're done, fully operational sanitation is 3 full-time, 2 part-time. We're looking to add halfway through next year, an additional full-time and additional part-time in the sanitation department. But what I am trying to get to is, you'll be if it all works out, you'd be hiring 1 person in the streets because you're transferring street, but what about the part-time person? Is that a new hire or is that an internal departmental transfer?
That's a new hire.
Okay,
Right now sanitation has 1 part-time and 1 full-time,
It currently has 2 part-time,
but we don't have that second person hired.
but it's budgeted
Yeah.
for.
it's slotted, yeah.
Slotted for that.
Okay. All right. So we'll be looking to hire 1 part-time person in sanitation. That's where I was trying to drive to get to. Transfer 1 and look to hire 1 part-time. Okay, thank you. Now I can move on.
It's the surety square.
Any other questions on sanitation?
So that still sets us up in a good spot, even with the added positions, to still be making a profit in the next few years. Like, obviously, we're eating a big chunk right now, but that's not gonna offset because it's not enough to. That's good to know. Was that, I can't remember what the notes were for the last committee, but was that in the notes for what we kinda anticipated the cost of a full-time and part-time to be?
Yeah, yep. So it's on these sheets too.
Yep.
It shows you what they have already this year by seeing that there's hire dates there. And if it's new, she puts new in there, if it'll be new for 2025.
Gotcha.
So, you're moving 2 full-time street people over to sanitation.
Yep.
Because right now, they only have 1 full-time person and 2 part-time. That's what their budget is slotted for. Next year, their budget will be slotted for 3 full-time and 2 part-time. So you're moving 2 of those employees, in theory, moving 2 employees over from streets. There's a whole lot of behind-the-scenes stuff that has to go on, but for budget purposes, that is what you're doing. Streets currently has 4 full-time people. 1, 2, 3, 4. And they will want to keep 4 full-time because they're losing 2, but need to hire 1 back.
So I have an operational question about that. So we'll have 2 trucks. One of them will be an armed truck, and that truck on the daily basis will just have 1 person in it, and they'll run that route. And then the other truck will have full-time and part-time, or how's that gonna work? Or, I mean,
It's operational, you can't ask. So Travis has been, observing what's going on with the garbage service as we're currently running it. So, we will, first of all, we will stick to the same routes, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday for residential. Yes, we'll get started in the morning with 1 full-time person in the armed truck, and then 2 individuals in the rear load. And the rear load, what we've seen out of our current garbage providers, they're usually done, the rear load is usually done by about 9 o'clock in the morning. They get started about 7:30, 8 o'clock, and they're done by about 9:30. And the armed truck, with 1 individual in it, is usually back in, usually before lunch, about 11:30. So if we have to double up, we should have plenty of personnel to,
perfect.
Troy, I just got one question, in trying to just think about this, which run it however you need to. If they're running the rear load 2 hours a day, why don't they just start that truck 1 day a week?
Well, we have a majority of so the rear load truck takes the 2 4s and 6s. They're your bigger dumpsters.
Yeah.
So a majority of our customers are just a once a day pickup. But then we have like the schools, the hospitals, the nursing homes, where some of those are every day.
They're once a day?
Yes.
Okay, that makes total
Yep.
sense. Yeah, I thought they were like running around 2 hours. Yeah, why don't you just, okay, makes sense.
Yep.
So, obviously, everybody knows, and the millions of people are watching around the world and home, understand that our conversation is about the city going into the garbage business is where we're at. First year, 6 months operational, projected revenue is a slight loss we're at. And my numbers here on the bottom right, it got a little crowded. Is this, because it looks, got a little jumble-wumbled. I've heard numbers all over the board, like $170,000. Are these new year 2 year 2, first full year of the city in operation? I'd heard a number of that we could expect to make about $170,000 profit for the city. This number is
That's
113?
Correct, because they added another employee.
Okay.
Originally, they talked about 2 full-time. Last week, they added a 3rd full-time, so that made that number change.
I want to make sure that you, the council, and the public are seeing what this thing's making, instead of playing games with 5 people in the streets and having a rover that's going back and forth. We're gonna pay this individual out of sanitation, so.
True numbers. Okay.
And that's what we're looking for, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Yep.
True numbers.
Yeah, a couple of years ago, the city going into the garbage business was gonna put a net gain of $425,000. It's not that when you take the garbage workers and pay them from the garbage income. And that's, now we're down to 113, and that's if everything goes as we have budgeted. So it sure makes a big difference in what we can expect as a net revenue to the city by operating our own garbage service, plus the unwritten benefit, or unseen, if you will, of the less damage to our streets, and that's,
Yeah, that's.
we can't measure that. I don't think we can measure that at all. So to make 113 is probably a reasonable expectation, where if we can go 7 to 10 years without tearing our streets apart again. So that's, I don't know how we can measure that.
To carry on with the numbers we're all seeing here is our current projections, and that's what they are, projections. We, the council, in the best interest, we try to make the best decision with the information that we have, and you guys are doing the best you can to provide us good numbers so we can make the best interest decision for the future. But anyway, continuing on, the year 2 is the first full year, we're projecting 113, so it's 113, 113, 113, 113 projected profit without taking a rate increase. Year 5, 6, because the first year's a half a year, but then 4 more. Year 6, the trucks are paid off, where it's projecting that we'll see a $238,000 profit. Is that with CPI on all these? An estimated CPI? Okay, so it should be kind of real numbers also then, projections, without taking a rate increase. Okay,
Yeah, there's no CPI, no rate increase included on the revenue side.
yeah, but on the wages, the expenses, that's taken out. Did you?
I didn't change that for a
You
year,
didn't?
just
Okay.
without knowing.
So
So
it'll-
this is
it'll-
if nothing changes, that's where the numbers stay.
Troy, what is projection for the life expectancy of the garbage trucks along with the semi?
The semi should last a long time. We calculated the mileage on it, it's less than 15,000 miles a year or
Oh,
something like
boy,
that.
okay.
I mean, it's like one oil change for the whole year on that truck. The sanitation products guy, the guy that's selling us the trucks, and we've also talked to a couple other people, but we should comfortably get 10 years out of those trucks before we need to start looking at, trading off or.
Okay, perfect.
Somewhere out there, is that semi gonna be parked inside?
Yeah, we'll probably park it, in the winter months, we'll probably park it in.
25,
How long, Austin?
30 years.
If it's parked inside?
They're $500,000 or a 500,000 mile motor before an overhaul.
Overhaul has to be done? Perfect.
Yeah, it lasts a long.
So that,
It'll probably rust out before it
so
wears
that
out.
three,
That's why I asked if it's inside. The wiring, the fading, airlines, they'll last a
that
long
three,
time.
3 and 2, 3 full-time, 2, that includes that driver then that's gonna go to,
Okay, any other discussion on this?
When will we have the trailers?
They are, good question. They're currently painting them right now, hoping to have those by the middle of December. And the truck, we got a fourth quarter slot on the truck to transport, and we should, they're saying maybe the first couple weeks in October on that.
Okay.
And we've obviously already paid off the county, so.
And you know where you're gonna put the recycled trailers? We know that yet? We're not sure.
We've had discussions on it. One area would be this parking lot at this building right here. Down at Bailey's Field Complex would be another area. Other than that, two more locations, and, I mean, I guess that's for you guys to decide. We can have a, discussion on that at some point in time when they arrive. Maybe we were talking about putting one out at the recycle center. We have a lot of people that, we're only open Tuesdays and Thursdays out there. And when the trailer's loaded and there's, nothing else to do out there, he's helping the streets crew, so we shut the gates up out there. And I've had a lot of people call in wondering if we can get a dumpster out there, or if we can get something out there so that.
That'd be a good idea.
When they come to town, they can throw their aluminum cans or their cardboard or something like that, so that might be another location for one. There's a lot of mornings where Travis shows up and there's 3 bags of cans sitting by the gate. So they're just dropping them off, so, that might be another good spot for one. And then, I don't know, I've always thought, we did talk about, county fair. We have a right of way through there, an alleyway. We don't currently maintain it. We do have it is our city right-of-way. So that would be another spot where we would have it on city property, and
Where at?
it's just on the west of County Fair, between the old West truck stop and.
Oh, yeah.
and
Close to the
grocery
West
store.
Side Cafe, yeah.
We have a right-of-way through there.
Very good. Okay. Let's move on to streets, if you will. Page 13 in your packet.
This just brings me to the point, Chandra, very good. The legal size paper, but having them stapled in order, whew, that's
Yeah, you
way
made
better
it- you
than
made it
shuffling
too easy on
papers
us
back
this
and
year.
forth.
Before, we were having to switch to page 43 back
Yeah.
to
I
I
six.
took notes.
It might be the first good thing you've done this year, Chandra.
Oh, my goodness. That'll be enough, Councilman Clay, okay?
Do you feel a big?
Kruger.
Put him in the naughty corner for
Yeah.
5 minutes, time out.
Yeah, go suck your thumb.
Clay, any more comments, or you want me to proceed? Streets is gonna kind of be so we have a lot going on in streets. To bring everyone up to date, we have another grant that we're going to submit, application that's due October 1st. That's for the 7th Street Sidewalk Project. And that would be to replace sidewalk from South County up to Main Street and then a block down Main Street. That one, if we were to get that grant, probably not something that we'd be looking at doing until like 27 or 28. The Monroe Street project, we will find out if we get that grant around Thanksgiving time. And if we do receive that grant, it's more than likely, we did not budget for it in 2025. We have about the same amount of money for mill and overlay as it would take to do the Monroe Street project, but in talking with our engineers and all that stuff, that's probably, if we were to receive that grant, we're probably looking at a 2026 project for Monroe Street. So the current 2025 budget, the one you're looking at right now, is pretty much a mirror image of this last year. We're gonna do curb and gutter. We're gonna do more mill and overlay. We're gonna do more crack sealing. We'll do another chip seal.
So we're still needing to find a little bit of money, and you started out, you kind of were leading us to believe that you could help us with our goals here. What do you have for us here, Mr. Kruger?
How much do you need?
Minus 4% total.
Let's be,
$100.
Well,
16, 15, about 15,000 yet.
Chandra gave us
However-
5 out of her limited budget.
We cut 54,000.
Yeah, we've
out of
cut
budget.
53,803.
So, yeah, it's 19,752 minus that is what we still need. Is that still
14 and some change.
Yeah,
What was our total? I thought our total
It was
was.
19,752 is what we need
And we
to
did
cut.
5,400 out of it.
53,000.
Right, so
So we're way above.
Yeah, we're way above what we needed to cut.
you cut 5,400 and you needed.
54,000.
54,000.
Where'd you
Where
get
did-
54,000?
We had budgeted that for the sanitation.
Sanitation, we cut
That's
46.
general fund alone. 19,000 is general fund alone. That's a separate department. Doesn't work in there.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yep.
No, I didn't.
So it's 14,000 and some change we're looking for right now.
So this does change things though, so I need some clarification on this so I can get you guys the accurate numbers. You are asking for one new full-time person in the street department, but you're not gonna get them until you do the changeover, so 6 months. So with that, there will be a difference between a starting wage and that employee that you were talking about potentially moving. So there will be a difference and it will up their salaries because of that difference in the wages.
Up or left?
It will up it
Why?
because that person's been employed for longer than a
Won't be at
brand new
starting
hire.
Oh, up the sanitation, it lowers the street.
I
Up-
figured
It'll
in,
up streets
I figured in that person's numbers.
because
Chandra.
they'll stay in streets for the first 6 months. And they make more than what a starting wage person would.
Oh,
We used that person's numbers.
I don't have that information plugged into streets for these guys though, so I would have to get that plugged in and change the streets department.
Yeah, and also, the numbers that you're looking at in streets would be for full-time employees for
Entire
full
year.
year.
Right.
So if we're not gonna hire that person until, say, after the 1st of June.
Yep.
That's gonna change that number also.
Streets goes down.
Yeah, it'll go down.
That, I mean, that's what,
Tomorrow, it'd be nice to
that's
have
what
it.
Chandra's trying to say, is that person that we hire after June is gonna make less money than the current person
Yeah,
that we're
I
talking
get
about
it.
right now,
Yeah,
so.
so I'll get those numbers and get them
I
plugged
think
in
it's
for
like
you.
30, actually, I figured it out, it's like $3,800.
Yeah, it's not a lot, but it does change it.
Streets is lower, sanitation is,
I'll get the numbers for you when we have our next break.
I knew you were gonna ask Jeremy, cause you always do, so, the one I was looking at was, tire removal. I think we can sit on our tires for, I called the state and that grant, they're not looking at that. Usually we wait to get rid of if we have a big supply of tires, I don't know if it's a state grant or a federal grant, but they do help us with the removal of our tires. And I called up to Puckwana to Tri-County, and he said, we're probably not gonna see it in 2025. So I think we had like 5,000 in there for tire removal.
I'm looking,
It's under sanitation.
Be under sanitation.
Oh, it's under
Not under
sanitation.
The tire thing would be under sanitation.
That's not gonna make a difference.
I mean, it cuts that budget down, which is great. Less cash they have to plan on using.
but there you go. Sanitation is an enterprise, and that doesn't help our general. Thank you, we'll take that 5, but what else you got?
Your utilities, you have budgeted at 18,000, and last year you used 10,872. With increases, could you take that down to 12,000 versus 18,000?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Chandra, what line were you just working on?
Utilities underneath streets, so 4280. Instead of 18,000, make it 12,000, which would be a $6,000 decrease for the general
But-
fund.
On my page, it's 16,000.
Mine's
Under
18.
streets.
Streets.
Street Department,
Yeah, I put down.
2024 budget was 18,000. You want it to be what?
I want to change the 2025 budget from 18 to 16, or
To
to 18 to
12.
12,
To
sorry.
12. Save $6,000.
Yes.
Jeremy?
Yeah,
Yep.
but I'm still back to page. Did you get that sanitation 5,000? Okay, thank you.
So,
We're almost there.
quick question for you, but the managed IT on this line, I thought that, I might have confused this, but I thought managed IT, we were billing all over to finance.
Just the storage
Okay,
for their computer backdrops.
Okay.
Streets also now has cameras added for the North
Okay.
Shop that they'll be paying for.
Makes
Plus
sense.
the computers that they have down there for the fuel system and different things like that. So,
thank you.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, we're down.
Sounds to me like managed IT is the business you should be
Yeah,
in.
you're only at
It's
49.
costing us a lot of money, and
Yeah.
I'm not 100% sold we need it. Huh?
Yeah, we're only at 5,000 for the year so far, and we're 2 months behind, but
On which part?
utilities.
Oh, yeah, I think 12,000 would be,
The 5,000 for tire removal's
Yeah,
gonna
so
come out
that's,
of
we're down to
sanitation.
3,000 and some change we
Thank
need
you for
now.
that, but.
You're welcome.
That's 11.
And so,
Take the 6 out of
what do we
utilities.
budget
That's
for the
16.
consultants?
What's that?
What are the consultants for the streets?
so we were at 14.
18,000.
We're-
Minus 6.
Oh, so that 5,000 doesn't, okay, okay. So now,
It showed 10.
So we can change that to 12.
I'm confused.
Back to streets. Any other
Yeah, it
questions
shows you
on
it's 10,
streets?
pardon me?
So we just gave you,
Consultants, what were you saying?
we just gave you 6.
Yeah, but consultant, you have what? 10.
Yeah.
I thought you said.
No, I was confused too, because I think you said 18 or something, I don't know, but what falls under that line?
Utility.
Yeah, no.
So
What
this-
usually falls under consultants?
Consulting is DGR, so that's
Okay, yep,
our
makes sense.
engineers. And next year, I don't really see us using them a whole lot because we'll have the 7th Street project behind us, we'll have, unless we do some kind of a big curb and gutter project next year, but we only have 100,000 for curb and gutter.
Oh, yeah.
It'll pretty much probably be miscellaneous curb and gutter, but,
Yep. Makes sense.
we could.
He knows that,
He's just being, yeah, he's just being Jeremy.
We don't have a budget, we have 0.
For what?
That's crushing the concrete.
Austin, I'm sorry, can you you speak a little
In
louder,
committee, we
please?
talked about crushing up our concrete, and we don't have anything in here for budgeted.
We don't have anything lined up, we don't, and we have the prices on it, it was pretty expensive. We talked to a local contractor, he talked about doing
In kind, could you ever,
Pardon?
we talked about doing in-kind trade material for
Yep.
labor.
which, might be a better option for us than
Okay.
Just
I just
hanging
seen
out right
that
for
was a zero, so I wanted to see it.
So I have a question on that crushing concrete, and this is kind of directed to Chandra more than, is it legal to, if we crush 100,000 pounds of concrete, that we give away 40 of it to the crusher? Is that a legal thing to do rather than cash payment?
So it's something that I was asked to look into, and I just have not had the ability to. It's my understanding that we own the concrete, so we would have to surplus it or make it part of that bid out contract. And so you would have to put that in the contract documents that we're looking for. We'll give you this, we'll surplus this concrete and give it to you in lieu of payment type of deal. So it would have to be surplused because it is city property, but you could put that into your bidding documents.
So there is a way to get crushed concrete in our supplies without spending any money?
Maybe. I would want legal clarification
Okay.
on that. I'm not legal.
Yeah, that's
Then do you
where,
want to leave the crushing concrete line at zero? Or do you want to put something in there? If we leave it at zero, then we won't, and it's not legal to trade it out, then we just wouldn't be able to crush
Can we
concrete.
just wait until next year?
Yeah.
It's not gonna blow away.
So my question's for,
Not gonna rot either.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Too many people.
my question's for Kelly. Kelly, this is a $1.5 million budget line, and I'm supposed to feel excited about you giving me $6,000 out of utilities.
Yeah.
You've already hounded them for 6 months, Mr. Clay. They've gone as skinny as they can, it looks like to me.
Jeremy, it's what can you do for me?
Good response.
Any other discussion pertinent to the street department?
Rentals, it's been a while since I was on streets, but we've had 20,000, 20,000, 20,000, 20,000 in rentals. 24, we haven't spent anything out of rentals yet. 23, we spent $11,000. I was there when we put that rental line in there, but what's going on there?
In 23, we rented crack sealing equipment, and I think another piece of equipment at one point in time. Last year, the idea was to rent a track hoe and dig on our berry pit because it's quickly filling up. We have 20,000 in there for this year, and we're working on getting that. We have 3 projects to do. We have to dig out that ditch on Juniper Street and put the retaining wall in there. If we
In
go-
24?
In 24.
What about 25?
Hopefully we'll have all those issues resolved. Talked to Shannon about that earlier. If we get a rental agreement with somebody before the end of 2025, we could ask to encumber that money and bring it into 2025 if we don't get those projects done.
So can we wipe
you
that?
don't think we need that 20,000 in the 25 budget then?
We don't have projects planned for that equipment in
So,
2025.
what are you
Attaboy,
telling me?
Clay.
But it kind of loads us up, so if we need something, you won't let us buy it.
Huh?
You won't let us buy a piece of equipment, so maybe we could rent one. That's the only reason it's in there.
You're
correct?
talking the lawn excavator arm, right?
So you're trying to build a slush fund within your budget, is what you're telling me? There's
Mr. Clay, would you
$20,000
like
in-
to strike that item?
Well, that's what I'm working at. There's
Yep.
$20,000 in the 24 budget. Austin, where are you at on this? There's 20,000 in the 24 budget they're not gonna use. They're talking about encumbering at the 25.
I wonder if you half that at least, then
I
it
don't
gives
know
you
if we
some
can get everything done
flexibility.
this year.
So we have to get the Juniper Street project done because it's part of our mill, and that's one of our
Right.
mill and overlay streets. And we literally have a curb that is sliding into the ditch over there.
Right.
I have to get that project done this year.
But you already have the budget in this
In
year's
24.
budget
We have
for
the
that.
budget in
So could
2024
you
to do it.
like half the budget for next year, still leaving you a little bit of room for next year if you need it? I mean, cause it's like double what it, you know what I mean?
I didn't ask for it in 2025 because,
It's in here.
You have 20,000
It's
in
in
there for
here.
rentals.
no, we didn't ask for it.
That's what, well.
In
I'm
twenty-five,
thinking
you
that.
do.
There's 20,000 for 25.
You said you didn't ask for it because you haven't used it in 24, but it accidentally got put in there, so you're wanting me to strike it, you're saying?
Yes.
Thank
can-
you.
You can strike that 20,000.
20,000.
In, as long as it's in 2025.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about, 25.
Taking it out of 25.
24 budget money too.
Right. Yeah,
But
that
you're
was
still gonna
Kelly's
use
slush fund.
2024, correct?
I'm pouting, thank you.
Yes.
A plan you're gonna use this
good,
this
yeah.
year, the 2020, or
Yep,
at least
or
part
we
of
move
it.
it.
So back to we have 3 projects. Juniper Street, we have another gentleman in winter that we promised a bigger culvert to. And we have a ditch out there that is kind of part of our maintenance agreement. On our discharge permit, we go across this guy's ground, and that ditch needs to be trenched, needs to be widened also. And then we have our berry pit out at the dump. That's what the $20,000 was for, to get a piece of equipment here to get those.
But I mean, you're still planning on doing that
Still
yet?
planning on doing,
Okay.
if we can get a break from the weather and we can dry up a
Yet
little bit.
this year.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, that was my question, you're gonna,
So
you're
we
planning
don't
on
need
using
it for the
20
25 budget.
no.
Very good, it's gone. Jeremy, very good, nice job. Anything else on item, page number 13, street department? Okay,
No,
let's move to cemeteries, the one place we'll all be one day.
thanks, Kelly.
Not me.
Thank
I'm
you.
getting my ashes scattered on the Missouri River.
I'm glad I made you happy.
Yeah.
I
Appreciate,
hope your muscle gets better.
Me too.
appreciate your willingness.
Oh my God.
Okay, Mr. Kruger,
I told him to pick on Kelly, so cemetery,
Thanks, guys.
personal
Thank you.
services. We are looking at some rental equipment for, wait a minute. We did not, did we do it at Parks?
Whoa,
You're on page
supplies.
15 first.
I know, but it's got a comma 30.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
There is nothing in parks for rental,
Right over it, okay.
and there is nothing in cemetery for rental.
I'm holding 20,000 if you need a little bit.
You got supplies, they haven't used any of that 20,000 for years on supplies.
So parks and cemetery are very different when it comes to supplies from everyone else. They only put it into the top supply line. They are not actually budgeting to use the point system. So they've got a top number. So as of today, as of yesterday, their total supplies in cemetery, they spent $9,609.61. So they are on trend
To spend 20,000, okay.
with all of those points.
Okay.
They just don't budget that way.
I just sat through part of a Parks and Cemetery Committee meeting a couple weeks ago, and we had talked about renting a skid loader attachment for all the broken trees, the stumps. Is that something you guys want in there?
Yeah.
I don't see it in here.
That's what we were just talking about is, in one of those departments, Marty would like to rent a stump grinder to get all the stumps ground off that we have quite a few in the city park and the McDonald's park and,
Old ones even.
What does it cost to rent
and
them?
I have no
Yeah.
idea how much.
No idea.
What does it cost to buy one?
It depends on, no, we'd rent one.
Yeah.
Vermeer, I looked at one when I was in Sioux Falls a couple of weeks ago, picking up a piece of equipment. Vermeer makes a pretty decent sized one.
We had a guy from Fairfax come in, he charged $2 an inch. That's pretty cheap. Grind a stump, 10-inch tree, $20.
Does anybody in town do stump?
Yep.
grinding?
Yeah,
Yes.
Atterbury
Curtis
does.
Landscaping does stumps, they've done mine.
Atterbury also does.
Yep.
Okay. I just knew that guy. I thought that was pretty cheap, $20.
We should maybe see if we can get some quotes or bids or whatever it is to get all of them done out there. and see if somebody wants to bid on doing them.
Do you have enough money in your budget for that, one place or another?
We're gonna try and get it done this year with
In
this year's
24,
budget.
and you can do it in 24, budgeting?
I think we have the money to do it in
Okay,
2024.
all right. You know, granted, as much of a tough guy or whatever I can be, you wanna say a lot of other words, but, that storm's an extenuating circumstance that we can't expect you to try and cover it out of your budget, so if you're short, we'll do what we can. I'll do what we can.
Should we put 5,000 in rentals and, or 2,500 in each one and let you cover with $5,000?
But they're gonna do it this summer.
Yeah.
Well,
So we don't have to worry about that.
The other thing in cemetery is we have some capital improvements and some road repairs, so we're gonna continue with, we've been putting our millings that come off our street out in the cemetery and packing those. And we've got one road done, the length of the cemetery now are 3/4 of the length, and it's turned out pretty good. I think it'll end up getting, once we get a chip seal on it, it'll be a pretty good product, so. The 5,000 that you're seeing in there for that is for the oil to do the chip seal. And then the, capital improvements is, we were donated benches by the church. And we've got to get some concrete out there, make a couple areas where we can put those benches out. And we, at some point in time, we want to start a upgrade to our directory out there. We don't know where we're going with it yet, we don't know what, but we do have some plans. Marty's got a few ideas, I've got a few ideas to do some plans out there to get that, to update that directory. If we stay with the current one, it's literally falling apart. So we need to either rebuild it or we need to go a different direction, but that's what that money's for.
So Marty, I got a question for you. Obviously, your committee's been pretty hard on you, but I personally am feeling pretty generous today. Is there anything else that you need in your budget that?
I guess nothing specifically right
You want another vent track?
Yeah.
Troy, has there been anybody, for instance, out there that have the bodies cremated and they have a place out there, a wall, so to speak? Has there been a request for that where, and the reason I ask is I was just at a funeral a little while ago that the body was cremated and the cemetery had, like, for instance, a wall that had open up, you could put the urn in there. Have people requested that at all?
Yeah, I got numbers on that, I think 2 years ago. It's been a little while. So we looked into that. It was very expensive.
Was it?
It was, and not that big, not that many spaces.
Yeah.
The one you looked at.
Yeah, when you look for what you're getting, it's a lot of money for not a very,
Okay, I didn't know what that, but I didn't know if there's any.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's kind of, and they've got different sizes, it looked like they have, for instance, if you wanted to put family urns, if everyone's gonna do it, or,
Mausoleum.
you know, and you just open it up, it's a lot, you open it up and you put the urn in there, and then you go out and, you know.
And there's a brass plate or whatever, or granite.
More like in Louisiana where they have mausoleums,
that's what, yeah, that's.
right? Because
I
they
was
can't
looking-
bury underground there, yep,
I was looking for the word, but I couldn't remember it.
yep.
Mausoleum that we got bids on was probably not even as big as this square that we're sitting around right now, and it was in the hundreds of thousands of dollars.
So we wouldn't be able to accommodate the $300 space or whatever it is if we were gonna provide a mausoleum for the same price as a grave,
Do you have any craftsmen on your team that could just build it for us?
right?
I said, do you have any
Develop-
craftsmen on your team that could just
developing.
build it for us?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm kidding.
Developing ground is cheaper, isn't it?
I would like for council and the public's notification, so when you look at the salaries, the OSI retirement, it's only showing a 2% increase. It is still budgeted for the individuals to be able to earn up to 4%. The reason it is down is because when Marty came in and worked with Rhonda, he cut his projected overtime down. So because the projected overtime went down, the total salary budget went down, it is still that those employees can earn up to 4% and get their guarantee of 3.4.
We also, in Parks and Cemetery, everyone's aware that we have summer help there. And this year, we were fortunate to have a lot of applicants, but we'll be fine in Parks. But next year, hopefully, we can get the same turnout, but we will have to stick pretty closely to our budgeted number as far as summer help salaries goes. Yeah, I mean, it all worked out that we got the help when we needed it. It's been a super busy summer for those guys. It was wet. It's gonna continue to be wet, so, but we're having to watch his salary lines a little closer this year. He might, I brought it up in Parks and Cemetery a couple times where we might have to dip into his supply a little bit to cover his summer help, salary line, so.
So my question is for this, for Troy, Marty, both of you guys, and I'm gonna tell you, I don't like it. My personal opinion, I have a lot of them, and you're gonna hear them from me. It appears to me that you're wanting to move away from the itemized lines, and I think I've given you my opinion on that before. I really like the itemized lines, so I can see what you're budgeting for each line. And I have shared with you my opinion in the past that on the committee level, if it's in your budget, it's in your budget, and if you're like, hey, we wanna spend it here instead of on the you know what I mean? You wanna spend it down here, the committee says, yeah, that's fine. You're not hiding anything, but I feel like when it gets lumped under supplies, all of a sudden we've moved to a different building, we don't know that there's a move to the building.
So, the itemized lines are a work in progress. When we do it that way on this sheet, and then, Holly's, when she puts in if there's nothing in that line on their software, then it gives her you've deficit spent. And so, the guys that are doing the POs have to be very diligent about using the .1, .2, .3, .4, and .5. Otherwise, it kind of screws up Holly's process of doing that. So we're working on that. So before, my budget sheets have all those broke out, but they're just not on these budget sheets. So I can get you that before. I mean, I've got the numbers. Like the sheets that you see on a weekly basis that Chandra brings into our office, those sheets will have that itemized out. So it's not on this one, but you will see them.
What budget are we taking it out of, like public health or something like that for all that mosquito spray and that RV, or is that out of the parks?
That's a whole different budget, public
I'm
health.
sorry, Austin, I didn't hear Austin's
Is it under
question.
public health that the mosquito spray and everything
Yep.
comes out of?
Yep.
I was just trying to find it, I can't find it. I'll keep looking.
It'll be towards the back of it's under Mark's, one of Mark's departments, so it'll be close to water and sewer.
Okay.
Anything else on cemetery? Okay, let's go ahead and move on to parks.
Can we do perpetual care, please?
I'm sorry,
Page 30.
okay,
We have nothing budgeted to spend there, so you guys asked at the beginning of the meeting, someone did, what's in that fund? Currently, as of last month, there was $57,080.62 in perpetual care. We have to keep $50,000 in there, so there is $7,080.62 as of today that you could utilize for something in the cemetery if you wanted to. You would just transfer it over to cemetery if they needed that for a specific project for that. So that could be something as you guys are working on some of your bench upgrades or something like that and you need more than what's budgeted, could potentially use that as a supplemental.
What are we at?
you have $7,000 you
57.
could spend.
Yeah, we have to maintain a $50,000.
Yep.
No matter what, we have to have $50,000 in that. And I don't know why.
That's a state law,
I know, but why?
because someone much smarter than me made that law.
many years ago.
Yeah.
It's been-
Because
money is.
perpetual means you have to fund that forever.
Correct,
If you
but
spend
if
it
you
all
have
today, you
50,000
can't fund it next year.
But if you have
$50,000
$50,000 in an
deposit,
account.
you can't
I
and you're-
understand,
And you
yeah.
can't spend it, when are you going to ever spend it if it's there and you can't spend it?
That's
Or you
correct.
have to maintain that balance, it doesn't
That
make any
makes
sense.
it perpetual, there's always money there.
But for what?
But you can't touch it.
I mean, so at some point in time, somebody had to say, hey, this cemetery, in case of a disaster or something like that, you know, a tornado goes through, you got $50,000 to do repairs. Okay,
There might be that law out there, an emergency situation. I can't tell you that for a fact, because I don't know it all off the top of my head, but for what we're using it for, we have to keep the 50,000.
yeah, it doesn't account for just like your basic maintenance or your projects or anything like that. I think it's in there
We can
for,
invest the 50 and we can spend the interest.
Correct.
That's all you get.
Yep.
Yep.
So Mr. Shaheen asked the question, how does it get in there? This is when someone purchases a cemetery plot. Right now, our rates are at $300 per plot. 240 of it goes into the general fund, $60 of it goes into the perpetual care fund. So it is essentially, when you buy a plot, you are paying the city of Winter to maintain the property around.
For as long as you're dead.
Don't
That's a
plan on
long
leaving.
time, Brad.
Longer than I was alive, yep.
So, as a whole, between Park Cemetery, Perpetual Care, if there's $7,000 in there and we're nip and tuck on our wages, that 7,000 I would recommend using for the concrete to get the benches in and save your supply line for your wages.
Out of this year, do a supplemental yet this year, is what you're thinking?
That would be a recommendation
get
to
the
the
process-
committee.
That's
then.
just-
That's something you ask for a committee?
Yeah,
Okay.
bring it to
Yep.
committee, I mean, that's just a
Yep.
thought, I
it's,
mean,
it's
there.
It's $7,000 over the 50,000, that's just absolutely sitting there doing nothing. And
3 or 4 years ago, we burned 11,000 for sprinklers, you know,
Yep.
it's there.
yeah, we should,
If we saved it another 7,000, we could almost buy a lawnmower.
Yeah, we
Okay.
can talk about that in the next committee
Let's
meeting. I'd
move
be
on
interested in
to
that.
parks, if you would, please. Way to go.
So your personal services shows a 9% increase. That is not, they're getting 9% wage increases. That is simply because last year when we came in and did the budget, it was the recommendation of council at that time to cut the summer help labor because of the fact for the last 2 years, we'd really struggled to get employees. And so we weren't utilizing that entire budget, so we cut that back. This year, however, we got that and then some. We actually turned people away in the Parks Department, which is fabulous. So in the committee, we discussed, do we need to cut that back again? Are we gonna have the same help? Or should we keep it projected as kind of what we're seeing as a trend and move forward from there? So that's what the 9% increase is. That's for additional summer labor, not for additional raises for full-time employees.
Troy?
not there's fuel, gas, he's got that, he's asking for another John Deere. this
John
year.
Deere.
That's the 15,800, in the equipment line. But other than that, we'll continue to work on Bailey's Field, and I think we have, Marty gave me an updated, so 2024, we should have all of our supplies and everything for the Bailey's update. No projects planned. For parks, pretty much everything else in there is just, projected on, those numbers are projected on what we're gonna spend. And, the utilities in the Parks Department building is crazy high. One of these years, we gotta do something with that building. That's just, gotta put in some kind of new heat or do something there, cause that $35,000 a year for that little tiny building is just ridiculously high.
Well, you're not using that much. Last year you used 27,000, the year before that 26,000. So I'm not sure why you have 35 budgeted.
Cause the year before it was 33.
That's what you
Budget.
budgeted, but you only hit 27.
Oh, 26, 27.
We might be a little over budgeted
Yeah, I
there.
mean-
Jeremy, aren't you gonna say something on our behalf?
Yeah, get your axe out.
When we got rid of the point system, you lost my interest.
Jeez, I'll get them for you before.
Utilities, we're looking at utilities, Jeremy, as to how come we haven't spent 33,000 or 27? We only spent 27 instead of 33 that we budgeted. Why are we at 35?
Right, I follow
Huh?
Could we drop it to 30?
that. Here.
That covers the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Farmer's Almanac says it's gonna be cold this winter, so they put
Is
35.
propane-
All those trees we hauled out, we should be able to utilize them.
Get a wood burning
Buy a
stove.
wood stove.
And we only keep it about 60 degrees.
We just burnt all our wood.
You burned it all
Yeah.
already.
I wonder if our insurance would frown on that.
So what does utilities, you budgeted 33 the last 2 years, then you warranted it going up. But 30,000?
I think you could get away with that.
Yeah, I'm,
No, why not, Shannon? 23 budgeted 33, spent 27.
Yep.
24 budgeted 33, have spent 12.5 so far.
Yeah, I think you could get away with 30.
Oh, I think
I'm
you said
afraid
I
she
don't think.
No, I
She-
think you
She
could.
agreed with you, Jeremy.
I didn't hear that. I
Yep.
thought you should. I don't think.
So
30.
put that at 30 instead of 35?
And leave the summer labor help where it's at. You're 10% under budget, and he just got whacked another 5,000 out, so
Yeah.
I think that's commendable, and leave that summer help where it's
I
at.
think whatever's trending,
Yeah.
you're gonna get them all back, you think, Marty?
The
All
kids
but
know.
one.
Probably a new group of kids,
You think a new group will be
maybe,
coming?
you know,
Good.
but the older guys, yeah, I think they had a good
All
time
of
this
them,
summer.
all of them are coming back for you.
All but
Well, they had
one.
good things to say about you anyway. Not Troy, you. That's a true story.
So I did go
I try to
through,
keep Troy away from me.
Yeah, no kidding.
one of them you definitely want to keep me away from.
his supplies so far this year total, he's at 26,000 of his 43,000. No, $35,800. There we go. He's at 26,000 of that.
We got whacked pretty good with sprinklers out of that too.
Okay.
Moving on to
I
fire.
understand it.
Anything else on parks? Are we good? Jeremy?
Let us go, let it slide.
Okay,
I
now we're
will,
way ahead of
I will get those numbers to Shander before she,
I need them before Friday,
I can do that,
noon, because I'm leaving Friday noon.
not a problem.
Okay, I see that Jason Oro came in the building, so let's move on to
Marty, thank you.
page
you.
12.
Sorry, we could only cut it by 5.
So we're up to 38.8, Chandra?
Huh?
38.8 out of the general?
See you, Marty.
38.6, actually.
Bring another chair up.
Troy's moving, he's just taking a sweet time.
Oh, we still have 12 minutes till Jason's on.
I have 37,900 out of the general fund. You're, yeah. Once I add the salary back into streets, which is around $4,000, you're currently $10,000 ahead of what I asked you to cut, so
Good.
you're doing great.
Good.
What
So
else
we
can
can buy a
take
new
from you?
ladder
Well,
truck?
let's see what Jason has hidden in his budget.
Okay, Jason.
First of all, thanks for having me. It's been a work in progress. Sandra, I guess this is my first time, so you guys point me in the right direction.
You wanna do the employee
Yep, I'll
service
do the
first?
salaries and OASI. They haven't hit 3,000 in the last 2 years, so I did ask to knock that down to 2,750. I know 250 doesn't seem like a lot, but it is, it adds up. So workman's comp, same as mayor and council, it's a small amount, but we have to budget something. Insurance, this is for the building and for the 2 trucks that we own down there. The building, the county does reimburse us 1/3 of the insurance. The trucks, that's 100% on us, so. And the workman's comp, just FYI, that's for if they get hurt at a fire in city limits. They have other workman's comp to cover them outside of city limits. The HR employment testing. So another item that the city of Winter does with our firemen is we pay for their annual physicals, and there's 30 of them. I believe it's a state requirement that all of you get an annual physical. It does vary on price with them based on if it's interstate or intrastate CDL, or if they have a CDL, so there's about 3 or 4 different prices depending on where they go and what type of physical they need. Last year it was $4,093, so we plugged in $4,100, hoping that nobody goes up in price on what they're charging.
So,
Otherwise-
at one point in time, Tim, I think maybe you and I were having a conversation, we might not even been in this building. But it was about heart screening, Planet Health, remember that?
Yep.
Would that, do you feel as the fire chief, do you think that would be a benefit for your department?
Oh, definitely. So what they're trying to catch is
That,
when
exactly.
we're
Yeah.
old, out of shape, and you have a long structure fire or something like that, getting fatigued and not catching your heart problems and stuff like that.
What are they, $150 a
I
person?
can't
I
tell you.
think 170 Mason went through it.
What was the question? I'm sorry.
Planet Health.
Planet
Oh.
Heart.
It's Planet Heart, yeah. It's hard getting scheduled into them, but it would.
So they come on site and do that, or what?
I have one scheduled in October, and I gotta go to Gregory, I think.
Is
And
that
I've
the
never
same thing
been.
that the hospital does at their health fair, where they come in and check your heart?
It's more intense over
Yeah,
there.
they just did it, I think, at the Methodist Church or
Okay, so that type of program.
that program where they
In
come.
In case you need
Not what
prayers
he's
right
doing.
away.
That's what he's
Yeah,
doing
in
is at
case
that
there's
type.
wheelie in the other room.
Sounds like going to Gregory's a little more in-depth
Okay.
than what they do here.
Yeah, they did, I think, like an EKG, a bunch of stuff.
I myself would like to add that to your budget. Tim and I talked about it. Tim thought it'd be a good benefit. Wanted your opinion, not trying to be browbeat you on anything, but
No,
I wouldn't doubt that it would help our insurance rating, Chandra. I wouldn't know, but I would have to think that, knowing that we're trying to keep track of them and keep, make sure that they're capable and
do you think within the course of the calendar year of 25, you could possibly get the guys scheduled in and get over there and get tested?
Depending what the reason I asked if it's something they come and do on site is you can about imagine corralling 30 full-grown male adults.
Yeah, what you gotta remember, Mr. Clay, these are volunteers and
I
the
understand.
the
And
schedule. for
just
them
trying
is
to
a-
volunteer and offer us
Yep.
a free
Yes.
service that we cover to
Absolutely.
them, that would be for them and their family.
So like the physicals, guys start in about mid-August, they start going up and getting them. 'Cause we just always had in October, you have to have it done by October, the end of October. That's what we've always said.
Does that physical include a EKG?
No.
Okay.
So if you don't have a CDL, it's basically check your eyes, your blood pressure, your heartbeat.
It's real
And-
simple.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just your normal
It's
physical.
more of a formality than.
Like you get to play football,
Yeah.
okay? Cough, yeah,
You don't even have to do that.
okay.
That's just my opinion.
No, we definitely look into that.
I don't know that we need to make it mandatory, Mr. Clay.
No, but budget,
Have
but
it as
put
part of, yeah.
30 times 200, 6,000?
Yeah. I would budget it
Is that
and
the
then.
number? Is that the math?
Yeah, that's 6,000.
I thought 6,000, that's $200 times 30.
It's 6,000. I would like to put 6,000 in your budget, encourage you and your guys to try and utilize it. If you can make it happen next year when you're sitting here, say, you know what, nobody went.
So make that HR employment testing be 10,000 instead of 4,100, Mr. Clay?
Yeah,
Okay.
10-1, that's what I say.
And then just offer, say this is there for them if they,
Chandler,
It's
you
something
should
that
have
we're
never
offering
told him
for
you
them
had
to
money
do.
available, yeah.
without getting too deep into it, the fire department has incentive to make them do it. And I don't think it would be a bad deal, making it a requirement. I think for the well-being of the firemen, I think it's probably, fortunately, in my time, in 30-some years on the department, we've only had one incident, and if he would have been required to go have it, he would have probably not had the heart attack that he had. And so, you know,
Yeah, you don't know, yeah.
I think I know how we do our bottom line and everything. I do think that this amount of money, since Jason and Mitch, everybody did a good job with the line item, that this is use it or lose it, $6,000.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think that's only fair.
Yeah.
It doesn't become,
And maybe
That's
maybe the
fair.
clinic
You
will
know,
put something on
No,
for them. when they-
I
You know
can't
what I'm
speak,
saying? I
I
mean,
can't
it-
speak for all the
it
the
doesn't
other.
become a spare set of something.
No,
Yeah.
If nobody goes and does the heart screening. I think it's use it or lose it,
no.
and we budget it every year.
So it's offered through Avera in South Dakota, so that's probably why Gregory has it, so they do travel around. The heart screening is $75, vascular screening is $75, or you can do both for $125 total.
That's probably what makes it.
150.
So plug it in at 125?
Times 30, so,
150 times 30.
Yeah, just to be on the safe
yeah,
side.
4,500.
Yeah.
So now that number should change to 8,600
Yep.
for employment testing?
there goes all the money I gave you.
We'll get, you're coming back up, we'll get more from you.
Is the 2,100, Mitch, Jason,
Yep.
is that for your contract?
What'd you say?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the siren.
We'll talk about that right now if you got a few minutes with the siren inspections at $2,100. That's gonna be pushed today already. They are coming, they are en route to work on our sirens. So we're not sure. $2,100 is basically covering their agreement to make sure they get to here.
To make sure they work, or to
Yeah.
make
For-
sure, yeah,
for-
to test
And
it
then everything that they find out is on top of this.
on top of,
Just so
but that would be
everybody knows.
siren repairs.
Could be something other
Would it
than
not?
that's not, that not listed in here.
So the siren repairs, correct me if I'm wrong, Chandra, I think I'm catching on to this. That goes under repairs and maintenance.
Yeah, so your repairs would go under
So
that
what
blanket.
Mitch is talking about, they're en route now today. And if what they think everything's wrong and what Troy and his guys have figured out, the repairs and maintenance is gonna eat the rest of that. It's done.
Yeah.
If everything they think is wrong.
And we just shoved that to your budget recently, right?
'Cause that's-
The
So-
sirens.
If everything did come today and they fix it tomorrow, it's $5,450.
Not to
And
mention your
repairs and
truck.
maintenance on this year's budget.
Yeah, and your truck inspection wasn't budgeted for either, and that
Yeah.
just happened on Saturday. So
Yeah.
you are going to be looking at most likely doing a supplemental budget to
Supplemental for them,
to
'cause right
pay for
now-
these things that weren't planned, which is what supplemental budget is
Basically,
for.
your first year's fire chief, you failed.
Can
Well,
can only
once
go
it's-
up from here.
So people understand with this, on the committee, you know, we're looking at making sure that the ladder truck is, because it hadn't been inspected for a long.
18 or 17.
Yeah,
that's
we
the last one.
wanted to make sure that the ladder truck, even though it's not used extensively, that when it is used, it's safe for the firefighters to be on it. And that's why we requested that they do that.
Chandra, what number do we have for employment testing? The number we're gonna put in?
8,600.
8,600, thank you.
Your siren inspections, ladder truck inspection, generator air compressor inspection, all of those were added in this year to 2025. Not something that's been continuously done over the last few years. It's items that Jason, as chief, felt was vital to his departments, and so added them in, and they'll be split out with the point system from there. The consultant line item is what we pay the fire department, $300 a month, is that correct?
Yep.
For essentially coming in and looking at the trucks that we own and doing maintenance on the trucks that we own. So usually probably cheaper to pay you guys than to send them over to Sioux Falls and get looked at, and you guys can do the majority of the work yourself.
Yep.
We did add in to annual memberships, the South Dakota Firefighter Association, something that it's a benefit to the city that they are a part of that. It's $800 a year, so we did add that in for them too.
So as a council, what do we wanna do on this siren thing? I mean, you have no idea what it's gonna cost every year.
I was just thinking that too. Should we budget like $2,000 a year for?
You need to start budgeting for replacement.
I don't think that touches the batteries.
Yeah, I don't think it will either, Tim, because it's 2,000 to come here, so.
Right.
The batteries are what, 170?
Chandra, what did you spend last year on these two that you did replace, just so
Yep.
everybody knows?
So, we bought a brand new siren last year for the jail and a refurbished siren for Jackson Street over by, the east side of town. That was $40,000 for those two alone.
For those two? But
Yep.
we don't know the new and the used price.
Oh, I had it separated at one point in time. It was just a little over 20,000 for the brand new one and a little over
13, I think.
13, and then there was some miscellaneous odds and ends that were added
Yep.
into that, but
Batteries for about 200 bucks a piece.
And we own how many sirens?
6.
6 sirens.
So,
So if we budgeted to replace one a year, we'd be way ahead of the breakdown of sirens, would we not?
That's your guys' call.
I
How
know,
old are
that's,
some of the, do we know how old they are?
Yes. So I did do some research on this with Mitch's request. And there are, up until 2002, we only had 4 sirens. In the late 90s, they did a study that said because of the expansion that the city of Winter was going through, we needed to add 2 more sirens in at that time. Those were purchased in 2002, so we added those 2. I wish I had my folder in here so I could tell you exactly which 2 they were, so I'm sorry.
Dump road.
Dump road and the golf course.
I
There we
think one
go.
of the ones that we purchased in 2002 has been upgraded, and the other one is still upgraded.
Not according to what I found.
One that's up.
So it was Dump Road and Golf Course that were added in 2002. Then in 2007, they moved a couple other ones. They moved the one out to Jackson Street and the one down to the fire hall. And they did some upgrades when they moved them as well. The blue tank was one that got upgraded around 2007. So there's the 4, and then the other 2 were just done this last year in 2023. So 2002 and 2007 are the ones that are still sitting out there that haven't really been.
if I may just add, the fire department does not depend on the whistle at all. I mean, it used to be that way a long, long time ago. We have pagers, and then we have who's responding app, that as soon as the page goes off, our phone's going off also, so we're redundant that way. So, I mean, I like to call it a public warning siren.
It does not have to come out of the fire department in any way, shape, or
We
form.
gotta put it somewhere.
Yeah, it's gotta go
and
somewhere, yep.
You're the Huckleberry, so don't
Yep.
feel bad about us beating on you.
I know,
about it.
I know.
It's gotta
We
be
just have
somewhere.
to, which I guess I'm on council and fire department, we gotta understand that if this siren deal is super expensive, it's not fair to penalize the fire department and say, well, yeah, you blew 4 of your lines because your sirens needed $30,000 worth of work.
No, I think that would
We
have to
gotta
be
put it somewhere.
supplemented.
Yeah.
It don't matter where we put it, we got to fund it.
I know, but we're not funding it. We're doing supplemental budgets, so either take it out and say whatever the repairs are, we do a supplement, or put way more in there than this, because we're doing a supplement every year.
Would it make sense to do
Are
like
we-
10?
Did we do a supplement last year?
Didn't we do
Like a
40-some
10K
thousand, or was that 2
Yes.
years
For it
ago?
every
No,
year?
the 2023 budget, you had to
If
do
you
a
don't
supplement for
actually have to
$40,000.
At least then if you get
Yep.
away
Thank you,
with it, or-
okay.
So, I mean, you
Yep.
just, you never know when they need work. You
That's
never
what I
know
say.
the cost or anything.
So you're wanting to put them back in the general fund?
This is general fund. Fire department is general fund. It was,
Yeah, it's gonna be in a department that's general fund.
But we're not
We took
asking the
it out.
fire department to be break even either. We're just wanting to know how much money are we gonna spend and call it fire department expense.
Yeah.
That's all it is. It's still coming out of the jail.
So if we were,
It's also
Or the
fire
electric.
department expense that they don't use.
Yep, I understand.
It's
Yep.
gotta be somewhere. Do you
Yes.
not want it in the fire department?
I understand that,
We
yeah.
can put it somewhere.
No, I
I mean, we're hung up because it's going in the fire department. I don't give a shit where it goes. It's gotta go somewhere.
I agree,
We all know
Jeremy.
why it came out of 911.
I don't know. I didn't do it.
But 911 also comes out of the jail. And the jail is what's gonna supplement all of our underspending in the non-revenue producing departments.
Yep.
Either the jail or the electric. So that's why we have them.
if we were gonna budget for the siren inspection, what would be the recommendation?
The inspection, you know, is 2,100, so
Or,
you're
yeah,
wanting to
for-
budget for the repairs.
Yes,
The repairs, but that's the unknown.
And replacement.
yeah. But if we did something yearly,
Yeah, and today, and then like the replacement,
And it's all really gonna be contingent on the inspection as to when they
Yeah.
tell us to replace and whatever, and we're gonna supplement the budget, so I don't care.
I don't think it's
Why don't we
possible to replace one siren every year. I don't think that's gonna be a common occurrence. So if we think they're $20,000 for a new one, budget $20,000, and if you don't spend it, good. If you have two that go
That's what I
bad in the
was
same
wondering.
year, you're probably not gonna have one go bad in year two.
Do they inspect them yearly, quarterly?
That's what we contracted, that was
Yeah.
what our,
Yearly?
We just
Yes.
did.
Twice a year.
Wasn't it
Twice a year.
or twice a year.
So why
For
don't-
2,100.
Why don't we just leave the 2,100 in there, and whatever the bill is to fix it is a supplemental budget?
Well, can they in their inspection, I'm assuming they can tell us whether or not it's time to replace it?
yeah.
I mean, I
Well,
don't
that'll
know
be their
what they, what.
recommendation, yes.
correct. Yep.
So I think.
My understanding, right, Troy, you've dealt with
That's
them just more than I have.
My understanding too, and what.
So I think that if they're here, if they're doing the inspection, then we can find out which ones we need. If need replaced, then we can take a look and get that taken care of.
Yep,
That makes sense?
yep, certainly.
So don't budget for it at all. Yep.
It's blue sky.
Yeah, we have no idea, we're guessing.
Currently, electric pretty much takes care of our street light. So we have a contract with the highway, with the DOT. If a light goes out on the highway lights, we replace it. Now we've inherited the stoplight. But as part of that system is the preempt system for the ambulance, fire trucks. Want electric to fund that. That stuff does take maintenance and it does. Yeah,
If Jason's vote counts, yes.
I just worked on it yesterday again.
Sure.
And we just, I mean, our insurance covered the last cost, but it was like $20-some thousand to replace those speakers and the audible system and all that kind of stuff for that.
There's nothing saying it can't go in the electric department. It was just, at that time, the reason it stayed within public safety was because public safety is who sets off the sirens, but there's nothing to say that it can't go over to electric if that's what council would like. They do have a much larger budget with a little bit more flexibility within the electric department than a $100,000
Well,
budget.
I looked at the history on that, and so it was a former police chief, whatever, that was working with the DOT, that when they put in the stoplight system, that he worked hard to get that preamp system put on there, and he did a lot of time studying it, so it's technically from the information that I found out, is it was through the ambulance and the fire department that this thing got passed and put on our current stoplight system, so, just bringing it to your attention.
But when it's
I wouldn't
time to
argue
do
with you on
that
that.
supplemental budget, when we need to buy a new siren, that's when we can decide who we're gonna charge it to. Which department, is that not correct? Are
No,
supplemental
I-
budgets based on what department?
Yeah, they are based on a department, but if you're having them pay for the annual inspection, then it, and again, they also will pay the insurance on it, cause there's insurance on those, so you need to set a department.
You take general fund money and it's an in and out to the fire department.
Yeah.
I believe that's what happened last year.
Yep, it was just cash that supported it out of general.
I'm fine with that if you guys are fine.
And then, at least that way, if we don't have any cash in the general fund, we can say we can't fix this one this year, we'll spend 25,000 next year, and we figure out that we have to fix it next year.
That's when we can take advantage of all the dogs we have in the pound.
We might have to, somebody might have to run down there with an air horn if there's a tornado coming.
I'm good with.
Any other
I'm good with that.
changes to the fire department budget that you'd like to discuss?
I truly think they need to ask for more money in their travel conference in schools. They already spent more than that this year. I think you should up it to at least 4,500. And I think we did discuss that, Jason, and I think
We
it got
did.
missed in our conversation.
I seen it this morning and then I just figured we'd address it. Part of the reason that is training obviously is not getting cheaper. The other side of it is we are getting a lot of new young guys that have to be firefighter certified in 2 years. So that takes a lot of travel and expense to, they are required to be firefighter 1 and firefighter 2 certified within 2 years. And I think we made that, this is the second year?
I'd kinda like those volunteers to know what they're doing. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
5,000, raise it to 5, or
500, at
What?
45. I said 500,
4,500,
so,
raise it 500?
yeah, to 45.
So as of right now, I have 175,602 as the new budget. Right?
Yeah, what, please?
175,602.
Yes, you added 5 grand so far.
Yes.
So I would like, if I may, to explain the capital outlay for the ladder truck. This is something that's been asked for many years, for as long as I've been here, I believe it's been asked for. This is something we do have currently plugged in, $50,000 a year. So by state statute in the general fund, you can create outlays for up to 60 months, which is 5 years. And you, by resolution, then set how much money you're going to put aside from what fund each year in order to create that outlay at the end of the 5 years, or before, depending on how long you do it, but maximum 5 years. You then can spend that money on that project. If you do not spend the money on that project, it goes back into general fund cash. So you would potentially put $50,000 away for 5 years, so $250,000. We know that's not even a great deposit, down payment on a ladder truck. We know they're over $1 million already. So, but it does help with what we would be able to borrow when we purchase it. When we buy these, the last couple that we bought, they're loans, and we've purchased them through that. I don't know if there's leases available out there. It would be something that we could look at when we get to that point, but this is just creating a just in case. Now, let's say in 2 years, something crazy happens and we need that $100,000. You as council could come back and say, we're gonna revoke that resolution and take that money for this process because this happened and that's become a bigger priority. So it's not, it's you as a council dedicating that money, but it's also not gonna tie your hands to the point where you can't use it if you absolutely need it either.
Is capital outlay, can we put that into an interest-bearing account?
I don't know why not. I mean, our checking account is interest-bearing already, but
Okay.
potentially a bigger one. That's how you would potentially tie your hands a little bit. If you put it into a CD and you need it to withdraw it before the CD's up, you pay some interest penalties, but it's definitely something you could do each year.
But you can buy 13-month CDs, and so the chances of having to renew or having to cash that in early are pretty slim when you can buy a 13% or 13-month 5% CD. That's not really, quote, tying our hands as far as that goes.
I guess with the ladder truck, just a little history of it. It's 1998, gorgeous truck. Like I said, it's a 1998. It's hard to get parts for. We was down for about 6 months last year because we couldn't actually pump water with it. We could still hook the other city truck to it and push water, so we were still fine there. But it's hard to get parts for it. It's a gorgeous truck. Yes, it does not get used a lot, but I will say, and if we did not have it on the last fire on Main Street, that whole block would have been up.
I think I always am more safety focused when it comes to budget. Like I care a lot about the police safety, all the materials that you guys need and you guys need for your stuff. So I guess I know we're trying to cut things, but I'd rather probably push that budget up in that fund to try to, I don't know, like supplement 70K or something instead of 50K.
Make it more than 50, you mean?
I personally would, because I just think that's dangerous.
I have a binder down there, and we got a quote, just for like a basic ladder truck, you're looking at 1.1 to 1.3.
It's crazy.
And today, this
Is
year.
there any value in a 25-year-old truck?
The way I've been looking, Shander kind of has looked around and sent me some of at that time, she didn't know what year our truck was. 250,000 probably.
Deadwood just sold one, we could call them and see, they sold a 1998, what they call custom cab, which ours has got an international chassis under it. I don't know what the sale was, but that's public information, we could call the city of Deadwood and see what they got.
But even at that, if it's worth 250, that's 5 years of
Yeah.
us savings, you know.
But in 5 years, we got 40% of it down. But
Yeah.
we save some cash, we sell a truck, we got 40% down, so.
And
And
then-
then we're borrowing $600,000-$700,000 or whatever it is.
And then keep in mind, from the date you order, it's a minimum of 2 years to receive it.
Already.
Is it 2 year out?
So that's
Yeah.
where,
What happens if we make a commitment to buy in 2 years? Can we back out if we need to, I guess is,
Probably not without penalty.
With-
with
with-
substantial.
Yeah,
or-
with them, I highly doubt it.
Okay.
It's a I would
and that's
guess.
just
I
for
agree with
new,
Tim.
right?
Let's just drive over to Brandon and
Just
get
for
one.
new,
Brand
like
new,
not
yeah.
used, yeah.
Well,
You're gonna
that
sit
goes-
there in the parking lot for 2 years while they build it?
And this weekend, the ladder truck will be inspected, so I guess we'll know where we sit.
Beware.
The ladder truck will be inspected and certified this weekend.
And just an
So-
FYI,
So,
we,
well, hopefully it's certified.
Yes.
I guess, hopefully we're not having a conversation next month about, hopefully it's a good conversation.
so, yeah, just for example, we have a big tanker truck that was, I don't know, what, we had it 10 years?
Yeah.
Sick, anyway, tank rusted out on it. To get it fixed, it's gonna take over 7 months. From the time we took the old tank off the chassis, prepared it, got it to the builder, and to get it back, it's gonna be close to 7 months. So this stuff doesn't just happen overnight, you know, and we're having, obviously, we're having a custom built tank put on it, and it's vinyl or poly, so it shouldn't
Can-
rust out again, blah, 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 but, you know, this fire stuff is,
Well, there's
I
no,
guess because
there's no car lot that you go pick
Yeah.
out.
Right.
Can we look at, like, if there's
Brandon?
any used that are out
When you
there
make
we
the
would want?
commitment to buy one, is that price
Yeah, like
locked in at that
5,
time?
10,
Yes.
15 years old,
Yep.
5, 10 preferably.
Good question, Dick.
Anybody's
Yep.
looked at it or not.
Yeah, I don't know if you
Unless
could
something
look at
changes
some.
now and then, but yes, it's,
I mean, it may change from when we get to make the commitment from
Yeah.
where it is now,
but
but,
once we, I think they asked for an X amount down,
yeah.
just so you.
But once you
So-
make that commitment, then the price is there.
Price is
That's
locked
the-
in, yep.
a little more history to that. The reason the city bought the original one was when we had this old middle school building and we had the fire, and they watched the inadequacies that happened. I mean, I think that particular day, we sprayed 1.5 million gallons of city water, and partly was just because we couldn't get the water where we needed it, so we just, just kept pouring water on it, but obviously, and as to Jason's point, I wasn't in town when the theater building caught a fire, or the one right beside it, but it impacted, it helped our ability to save the rest of that block, right? If we couldn't have got above it and got water where we got it, when we got it, there was potential that spread to multiple buildings, so with that said, that's the history behind it, but we didn't have it when that middle school building, the roof caught a fire when they were tearing that down, and we spent an entire day there and just,
Would we need the ladder truck for like the Armory, high school? I'm just trying to keep in mind of all the buildings.
Armory High School,
hospital,
hospital, the
assisted
courthouse,
living, courthouse.
Elementary.
elementary, the Runnings Building, the
Apartment
Ace
buildings.
Hardware.
Didn't I read that water being sprayed down is more effective than water falling down?
Or even trying to get it in the window,
Well, but,
upper,
yeah, I
second,
mean-
third story window.
Also, if you have to get somebody out of the top of a building, you're not gonna be able to spray water to get them down. So, I mean, I personally think that if our truck is that old, I'm not trying to blow our budget, but I do think we should be a little bit more particular about looking into that sooner rather than later. Because when you lose lives, that's a bigger deal than a budget.
Is there grants out there? Do we know? Have we checked?
Yes.
It's,
There are, but they're limited on when you can get them and would it be available
and
at
what
the
it's,
time
what
you're
it's
doing
used
it.
for, and, we look for grants all the time, and it's hard to find, you don't usually find an apparatus grant, let's put it that way.
Okay.
Equipment grant, yes.
For the breathers, for
Yeah.
coats,
Yeah.
boots, everything else.
Another thing that you guys could do so that you can have a balanced budget and not have to project to budget to spend cash, you could come in at the end of the year, and when we know exactly how much excess cash we have in the general fund because all of the departments underspent and the revenues came in above, you could also utilize that money rather than just putting it back into cash. You could say, hey, we now want to put this excess money into this interest earning account to be used for the fire department at that point in time too. So there are other options that's not going to, I don't want to call hog tie the
All right,
next
so
councils.
I like that train of thought. I would, in my opinion, I gotta be very clear because I'm very outspoken, everybody knows that. I would like to leave the $50,000 in the capital outlay and then maybe at the end of the year, look about if we have any excess
have more, we
revenue
can
we
put
hadn't
in,
projected
yeah.
for.
I'm good with
And maybe we can slide a little bit more to the capital outlay at that time.
Okay, so it's 12 o'clock, Mr. Clay. Where's lunch?
It's in the committee.
I'm good
room.
with that.
Okay, good.
That's a good idea.
Are we gonna shut the cameras
I will.
off? Good.
Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you guys.
I like doing it.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah.
I do too. Instead of just doing it all at
It
the
is,
end.
it is a big need, you know, I've been
Yeah.
talking about doing this for 6 years, we
Oh,
just
we
haven't
can't,
gotten it done.
yeah, we can't keep kicking it down. the
Well,
road.
I think we need the truck. The important thing is this one, you know, because we told them to get this, Tim and I told them to get it inspected to make sure that they're safe on
Best thing
it.
that could happen is that the inspector says this truck is not passable. That's the best thing that could happen to you guys, then you'd make a
To you
decision.
guys, not maybe to us guys.
No,
That wouldn't be good.
that wouldn't be good.
This is
Unless they say, you gotta have a new truck in
Right.
2 years in order to
Like,
today.
that sounds
Yeah.
We don't want to be without a truck. All right, dinner's down the road.